Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to have you guys back for a second day's sessions. Before we begin, make sure you are using the hashtag food2conf for any live updates or stories that you share on social media throughout the day. All right, I'm not going to keep you waiting any longer to get started with let's get started with our speaker session right away. For starters, let's talk about brand building through the session on building a brand, not just a restaurant. To actually make a memorable impact and to shine amongst your new competitors, brand building must be your priority. As you may already know, branding is more than creating a great logo or making an eye-catching ad. Let's unfold a few strategies for building successful brand restaurants with Chelsea Ross Wilkerson, the president of Wilkerson Movarian Bakery. Please put your hands together and welcome Chelsea to the stage.
Hello, is this thing on? All right, how we doing? Day 2, Vegas. You guys, anybody hurting out there? I'm glad you made it this morning. Thanks for making it to the first one. I know some of you might not be feeling the best. So as I was introduced, my name is Chelsea Wilkerson, and I'm the president of Wilkerson Moravian Bakery. So let me get my little clicker here. So this is building a brand, not just a restaurant, or in my case, not just a bakery. And here's our logo here. And this is my family. So I'm very proud to say that Wilkerson Moravian Bakery is a multi-generational family-owned and operated business, of which I am part of the 4th generation. So you've got me, my parents, my 2 brothers, my sister, my nephew Roby. This is missing 2 of our key taste testers, Whit and Cooper as well, my other nephews, and Howard and Charlie on either end. So I want to tell you a little story about our brand. So we manufacture our products, and I actually have some samples out on the tables today if you need a little snack. We have a retail presence in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That's where our home, our heart, our legacy is. And we, nearly a century ago, so my great-grandfather, he started what's pretty much known as just being a landmark in our town. So in 1919, he met Clara Jones, the beautiful Clara Jones, and in 1923, her father sent him along with his sons out to collect bricks to build a large commercial brick oven. And this oven that's behind them in the 1925 picture, it's what we call the original brick oven that they baked bread and cake in. So they launched that. He had an engineering background like my dad. He helped build this brick by brick and launched that in 1925. And that started quite a dynasty, I would say. So for nearly a century, sorry, let me pull this up. My feeling a little bit sick this morning, honestly. So my mind is a little scattered. So in 1925, so once they had this launched, he opened up his own section of a retail shop in the front of this commercial bakery in the late 1920s, and that's where he started gaining his following, and he was just known for making extraordinary products, and his kindness has really stuck out to everyone. So in 1930, he had saved up enough money to move from Greensboro, North Carolina to Winston-Salem, North Carolina with all 6 of his kids, to follow his dream and open up a bakery of his very own. So he did this in the face of the Great Depression. He was able to survive this really difficult period through his connection with his family, the Jones brothers. They were able to, ingredients that were rationed, such as sugar, flour, eggs, spices, he was able to get access to those key ingredients through this time with the help of his kids as well. And he built a loyal following, as I mentioned, with his kindness and just this extraordinary quality. Many times, he would tell customers, pay me when you can, with a wink of an eye. So people just really gravitated towards him, and he became extremely popular. He had a full hop bakery with a wide range of products. One of his specialties in particular was Moravian products. So Moravian is the oldest Protestant denomination in the world, if you haven't heard of it. It originated in Moravia, which is ancient Moravia, present-day Czech Republic. And long story short, they eventually settled in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and bought the land, the Carolina frontier that I live on. And so Moravians is very special and is really ingrained in the culture of where I'm from. And so my great-grandfather, he worked with Moravian elders of the churches, and because when they migrated over here, they brought with them a ginger spice recipe, a cookie recipe. And back then, the cookies were much thicker than they are today. They were pretty much just known as being a cookie made by Moravians, right? And my great-grandfather, through his innovations, started rolling them thinner and thinner until they became what is known as paper thin. And that's what gave them their identity. Before, as I mentioned, they were just a cookie made by Moravian. They had many names: Christmas cookies, different names like that, molasses cookies, glass cookies, because it became a name later after my grandfather made them thin, because when you drop them, they shatter like a pane of glass. So he gave them this identity that made them extremely popular, as well as Moravian sugar cake. He brought that product to fame as well. And so around where I'm from, it's not the holidays if you don't have Moravian cookies and Moravian sugar cake. It's just not. So he created some traditions that have lasted for generations and been passed down. The bakery that he began, one of the reasons why I've been stuttering this morning is because it is an emotional topic for me, and I'm trying not to get to that point and have you guys think I'm crazy by starting to cry on stage. So I'm trying to just keep to the bullet points and not go off into the weeds. This particular bakery still exists, our old brand, and it's the most famous bakery in our area, has been for decades. Our family ran it for over 80 consecutive years, and we sold it in 2011. And we are back with another bakery, another brand, and we're technically direct competitors with the bakery that we spent nearly a century building. So it's pretty wild. It was definitely a gut-wrencher. So that's my family here in 2020. We tried to recreate a very similar picture to the 1925 picture. It's very kind of rare that we have so many pictures from the 20s. They didn't have many cameras and everything back then, but they were able to get a lot of pictures that we're able to use. So I'm trying not to get emotional here. So as I mentioned, that bakery, it was our soul, and we're no longer affiliated with it. And as he opened that bakery in the face of the Great Depression, we opened ours in the face of COVID. So kind of interesting there. But a recipe by itself has no soul. I came across a quote like that once, and it stuck with me. It's all of us, the bakers, the cooks, the makers, all of you here in the food industry, that bring the soul to the recipe, right? And we're back because we're one of the original families, in our niche at least, and we have so much left to do, and so much soul to put into our products. This has been our pride, passion, and way of life since 1925. It's our purpose. We just simply couldn't stay away from this industry. And if it hadn't happened the way that it did, I don't know that if we hadn't gone through all those hard years, that me and all 4 of my siblings would be as involved as we are today, as close as we are today. Who knows? My mom always says life only makes sense when played in reverse, and we're still on the edge of our seats to see everything that's going to happen. So this is my dad. He's nearly 70 years old, and this is what's the most fun for him, starting again. So if anybody's in this position where something's gone awry, or if you just want to start a new business in general, it's never too late. It's never too late. So I don't know if anyone's ever seen the movie Ford vs. Ferrari, but I just want to read a little quote that really resonates with my dad. So it's a truly lucky person who knows what they want to do in this world, because that person will never work a day in their life. But there are a precious few, and I don't know if they're lucky or not, but there are a few people who find something they have to do. Something obsesses them, something that if they can't do it, it's going to drive them clean out of their mind. And that's my dad. So, he loves water skiing. He loves all kinds of fun recreational activities, so he could retire. But this is the most fun for him. He has no other choice as how he feels but to start again from scratch. So, we're building something as a family that will hopefully outlive all of us. Now that's fun. That's fun to us. So, his devotion to his family, ancestors, and to Moravian Bakery, it's the most powerful force I've ever seen, and it's inspired all of us to continue our legacy by his side, hence where I come in. So I'm going through all of this because this passion that we feel, it's one of the first necessary check marks to building your brand. You got to have that foundation. You got to know why you are doing what you're doing. And if you do know what the why, you've got a really good shot at building a brand that's going to last. It worked for my family the first time, and we're going to give it all we've got. This second and twice in a lifetime event is pretty much what it is. So, gone for a decade, now we're back. So I want to share a note that we put in all of our customers' shopping bags when we relaunched. And keep in mind, as we talk today about building a brand, this is the type of personal vulnerability and emotional reach that helps connect people to your brand, to you, and therefore your brand. We are our brands, right? They buy why you do, not necessarily what you do, which is actually some famous words by Simon Sinek, if you haven't heard him speak. And so this was written to our customers straight from my dad's heart. So know, please know, with all I have, I strive to do my best. That's my passion, and contributing to your holiday enjoyment is why my family bakes. Gone for a decade, now we are back. Thank you for supporting Wilkerson Moravian Bakery this holiday season. With pride and passion, heart and soul, Guy. P.S. Every year, I end up on a channel with the movie It's a Wonderful Life. Every year, I tell myself tears will not fill my eyes at the end of the movie. And every year, as hard as I fight it, tears fill my eyes. When George Bailey realizes that what really matters is family, and the community comes out to support him, it's something that touches the soul. This year, I will be weeping tears of joy because my family and my community, near and far, showing up. I feel the support, and it's breathtaking. When a bell rings, it will be my guardian angels getting their wings. So this is something that we put in all of our customer shopping bags, and it really did mean a lot to them. And people came in and actually requested them. Like, they would come back and ask for extra copies to give to their friends and family members. They really liked them. And the reason I have this slide, you probably still can't even see it from where you're sitting, but I zoomed in on the star because we actually put what we consider our guardian angels hidden on this card. So in that star, you can see Jamie and Johnny, which is my late aunt and godmother, and my late uncle. So people that were part of our journey that helped us get to where we are today, we wanted to do a little tribute to them, even though it's kind of hidden. It meant something to us. And when customers did find out about it, they really appreciated that as well, just that personal connection. So, I think it's safe to say that we were faced with a very unique set of challenges coming back, being that our old brand does still exist. And as I mentioned, we are technically competing with them, but we'll talk about, only competing with ourselves as a brand. That is definitely how we feel. We're not affiliated with it today, and we don't want to be associated with them, but we do want to honor our ancestors, and because that's the core of our brand, and it's the core of why we're doing what we're doing. So it makes sense for us, and history doesn't lie, and we've found a way to honor our family and still establish ourselves as a very separate brand. And we don't want to be the biggest. We want to be the best. And that is a question that sometimes you have to start asking yourself when you are building your brand. Not to say that doing both is impossible, but you definitely come to a point where you're getting successful, you want to grow, and sometimes growing, it makes it hard to keep up with all of those little details and the quality and that personal touch that you can have with all of your customers, like what I'm talking about, this card, and telling stories personally to customers. It's hard to keep that very tight connection and relatability as you grow and get really big. So we know when starting our brand and going into this, we don't want to be the biggest, we want to be the best. We don't want to lose that family feeling. We don't want to lose control of our brand. So let's take this slow. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We're building a brand, not just a business, not just a bakery. So we're going to take our time, do this right, and build something that we can hopefully continue to pass down from generation to generation, as that's why we're doing this. So can I see a show of hands of who's already heard of Moravian cookies or Moravian sugar cake? Okay, a couple of us, nice. So for those that haven't, think about products that are synonymous with a city or a state, like New York pizza, Louisiana beignets, Louisiana king cake, Philadelphia cheesesteak. When it comes to North Carolina, Moravian cookies and Moravian sugar cake has that connection. They're just ingrained in the traditions there. It's likely a goal for a lot of us, right? Like, how do we become part of traditions? And that's something that my family really helped start, that we're very proud of, and we're never going to stop, continuing to build on that. I did put out some samples on your tables, so if my speech is a little painful, please just let me, just have some samples, and we can forget about it a little bit. So there's a quote here that, here we go, yep, this is what I was going to. So this is just to show some more images up close of some of the products that we have. Generations of traditions baked with love, putting soul into our products, love, like this is what we do. These right here at the top, these are Moravian spice cookies. This is the most popular, the original Moravian cookie. Those are in the red packaging. And this at the bottom here, this is Moravian sugar cake. So this quote right here is something my dad always says. History makers don't know they're making history. And I love this quote because it's true. I mean, my great-grandfather, when he was making these innovations and rolling them thinner and thinner until they couldn't be any thinner, he didn't know he was making history. He was just doing the best he could. He noticed they were selling better the thinner they were, so that's why he was doing it. And that was pretty much it, and it was getting better and better. Little did he know that centuries later, it was going to be potentially the state cookie of North Carolina, and this is largely due to his innovations of making them thin. Bill 394 here did clear the North Carolina House with a unanimous 115-0 vote, and I'm bringing this up so you can understand just how special they are to North Carolina, that I'm not blowing smoke. This is a very popular tradition, and the thinner they are, the better they sell. And hopefully this gets passed into law, and because they are so important. We really do believe that. And I hope that you try them and that you enjoy them. Please let me know if you have any specific questions about them. So, as I mentioned, the thinnest, some of our in our branding, the original thin, the thinnest of all. These are some different things that we say about them. The thinnest of all. Our products are very seasonal, and the thinnest of all, we were going along with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the most famous reindeer of all, and that's kind of where some of our branding comes in. So with this slide tastes like Christmas, one of the challenges that I felt as leading this company when it comes to branding was our products are so seasonal. Like 80 to 85% of our sales happen in the last 6 weeks of the year. So most people, and some other companies that might sell products like this or these ones, they obviously want to reduce the seasonality. Obviously, you want to make sales all year long, right? That makes the most sense. Make it a cookie that people want every day. But I have a hard time with it because, for me, the fact that they're so special during those last weeks of the year that's their identity. That is what makes them special. If we try to minimize that and make it the everyday cookie, to me it just loses a little bit of its charm. You look forward to that during the holidays. If it's pushed to you nonstop every single day of the rest of the year, are you going to crave it as much? Is it going to mean as much? Maybe. I definitely want you to order them during the whole year, for sure. But I would rather put my resources into increasing sales those last 6 weeks even more. And maybe a solution for the seasonality is have some other products that are less seasonal that we can really market during the rest of the year. And during other holidays, sure, we're still going to have these available, but that's just something that maybe some of you can relate to, I'm not sure, with some of your products, but it's just another question that you have to make with your brand. What do you want to do? Are you going to make it available everywhere all the time? And what are some solutions? And I'm happy to open that up to conversation later. So we've got 7 flavors and counting. 6 of them are out on the tables here. And I'm a sucker for stories. So in our branding, we like to have a North Carolina themed story with it. For instance, our butter rum cookies, those are known as our Blackbeard cookie. And the reason being, we found a manifesto, a list of all of the ingredients that were on Blackbeard's ship, also known as Edward Teach, when he came in and out of the Pamlico Sound back in the 1700s. And we were very just fascinated by it, and we decided, let's see if we can put all of those ingredients into a cookie and see what happens. And it turned out great. It's one of my favorite ones next to spice. So that story, when we tell that to people, I mean, their eyes light up, they want it. It really resonates with people, and it increases their desire to have those products. So I think having a story, having the family, the story, those are some of our advantages as a brand. And something that you can think about when you're doing your products. We don't have Blackbeard cookie on our packaging right now, but it's something that I want to do. I'm still very much in the stages of building my brand and working on that. So it's one reason why I wanted to talk to you about it today, because it's fresh, it's happening. We're always working on our brands, but rebuilding a brand right now is one of my main priorities. So I'm just so excited to be able to talk to people about this here and maybe after, pass some ideas along and just, try to improve our businesses. So, reducing seasonality, one of our other products, we've got Carolina cheese straws. We added Carolina on there for our brand. They're known as cheese straws. It's a Southern tradition, another one that my family's made for decades. And we wanted to find a way to brand them, to make people relate them to North Carolina and South Carolina, because we think that that's important for our company. So a lot of people call them cheese straws, and Carolina cheese straws was available. So we've branded that, got the domain. Intellectual property is extremely important when you're trying to own your space. So just keep that in mind too. I have over 70 domains so far. I've actually surprised some I was able to get. I mean, MoravianCookies.com, MoravianCookie.com. Definitely don't assume that some domains that might be really relatable to your business, don't assume they're not available. Definitely go out there, do your research, and see what you can do to really help you own that space. Moravian Love Feast buns, I won't spend too much time going into every other product, but these ones definitely have probably the longest tradition of all. So Moravian Love Feast buns are very popular, especially Easter, so that's why I've got little Easter decorations in this picture. It was kind of, this conference fell during one of our busiest times, which I'm sure a lot of us are dealing with, being from the food industry. Holidays such as Easter are most likely popular for a lot of us. So here's the family again. This picture actually does have both of my nephews in here, or all 3 of them. Got Wynn Cooper in there. So this, our family values really are our brand. We are our brand. I wear it every day, such as this hat. It's got our logo on the back, our Moravian star, our cookie shapes, hand painted on there. It's a conversation piece I take with me to really give me something to talk about and a reason to bring my business up, and it's who I am. Hand-baked from the heart for 5 generations. I wanted to bring this up because I'm part of the 4th generation. The 5th generation is 4 years old and younger. So I realize that they are not in the factory with us every day, putting the cookies into the bags and rolling them. But the reason that we use them in our language and say 5th generation is because the why, going back to the core foundation, why are we doing what we're doing? We're doing what we're doing to pass down our legacy from generation to generation. This 5th generation right here, they inspire us every day. They have so much to do with why we're doing what we're doing. They they love to, at least Roby, the oldest one, he dresses up like a baker, pretends to bake all the time. It's adorable. Maybe one day he'll be doing it for real and joining the family business. But saying 5 generations works for our company because we're a fun family brand. It's who we are. They're part of us. So just think outside the box. Don't get too worried. I was very, overthinking it. I overthink everything. I'm like, oh my gosh, can I say this? Is this technically right? And, I was encouraged, like, yeah, it's okay. This is your brand. So that's why we're baked from the heart for 5 generations. These are just a few reviews, just to kind of show the things that we've done to really have that emotional connection with our customers. You have touched my heart. I won't take the time to go through every single one, but they're very, it's really resonated with our customers, us coming back into business and sharing our story. So I'm going to have to skim through a few of these slides because I got a little bit too talky on some of the passion there. But we live in an entrepreneurship world, especially with influencers. It's so easy now to maybe try, or at least you want to try to get into the business game and have your own business, jump out of the 9 to 5. So we've got a lot of people doing that. Roughly 20% fail within the first year, apparently, and about half after the 5-year mark, and after 10 years, around a third have survived. So this is coming from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Why is this happening? If it might depend on if you're building a business or a brand. A brand or a business, its main goal is making money. And building a brand, you're trying to build something that's going to last. So this is the emotional connection with your audience. It's how your business is perceived. And this is what's going to stand the test of time. So I bring up Tiffany's because obviously it's arguably the most iconic jewelry brand in the world. And there's 2 pieces. When you look at it, robin blue box, which, let's be honest, when you see that color these days, most people think that's Tiffany blue, that you don't necessarily think, robin egg blue or cyan. You think Tiffany's. That's pretty powerful. And the emotional connection, this is romantic. It's a fairy tale. Those are the things you feel when you see this brand, usually, most people. So the brand name, you can see it, but the brand really just exists in people's mind. So, and this doesn't happen overnight. So don't stress yourself out. This one right here, or this timeline, kind of talks about, there was about an 11-year period from when Tiffany's was recognized internationally before it was actually ingrained in people's minds that Tiffany diamonds were, the best, and that it was truly etched into time. Now, in modern days, we have a lot more tools at our fingertips. So we can etched ourselves into people's minds a lot quicker than we could in the 1800s. But it does take time. Like I said earlier, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We're building a brand, not just a business, not just a bakery, not just a restaurant. Another reason I wanted to bring up Tiffany's is because we have an internal saying that we say we're looking for our Tiffany box, which means we want to find our unique look that's undeniably us. So I think we're all looking for our Tiffany box, something that if someone sees whatever our packaging is, that's Wilkerson. You don't even have to read it. So this is something that's very important to go around, and I'm kind of skimming through these because it looks like I'm getting down to a minute. So I had some examples in here of different things like brand Bibles, because I do think it's very helpful to have something to refer to quickly to help you stay consistent with your brand. So if anyone wants to talk about any of this later, I'm just browsing through here so you can see. It's good to have internal documents that you can refer back to all the time. I use it constantly. I need to do a post. What are our key messages? Just help yourself stay consistent there. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up to questions if there are any before this buzzer goes off. Thank you. Yes?
I thought it was really interesting how part of your branding thoughts or the model was to kind of incorporate the town as a whole.
Yes.
I thought it was interesting how your branding model was to kind of incorporate Moravian as a whole, and you compared it to New Orleans and New York, which are world leaders as far as a an area. How taking a smaller town, or if you have you put any ideas together of how to take a smaller town like that and add it as the brand for Monrovia cakes or Monrovian cookies?
Yes, so if I understand correctly, that's a great question. Because like you said, New York pizza, like North Carolina and Moravian cookies, it's not well known right now at all. So we kind of do want to use our space to introduce the country to Moravians and what that means. I do have ideas. I want to actually travel over to Prague, and I have some ideas of just filming, doing kind of a documentary style film to kind of explain the history of what Moravians mean, what those types of what they are, and the cookie, and like how it came to be, like what was the inspiration when they came with that ginger spice recipe, what was the beginning, how did we build upon it from there. I want to give that history and introduce that. And we just launched our e-commerce brand last September, so there's a lot more national push that I do want to do. And if it does become the state cookie, that will be pretty cool to be able to communicate, and that might help when we are trying to spread the word and get on a level like New York pizza or something like that. I know that's like you said, they're some of the biggest. Yeah. Yeah, and these products are historically more popular during the holidays because spices, they were more expensive than gold, back in the 1700s and before. They were so expensive, which is why they were celebrated with during the holidays and special occasions, because people didn't spend the money or have the money to spend on these types of products during just every day. So that's kind of where that background comes from. And I just, I want with our branding to be able to spread the word, and like it's not the holidays, or you don't want to have the holidays without Moravian cookies, Moravian sugar cake. So, thank you. Yes? Yeah.
Okay, I'll just speak louder. Why do you make the shape of the cookie for each holiday season?
That's a great question. We have 4 year-round shapes that we came up with meanings for each of them, so they each have a personal meaning to us. And we do have holiday shapes. Since we did just relaunch basically in 2020, we haven't gotten those going yet, but we want to have 12 shapes of Christmas, 12 days of Christmas. So we will have more holiday shapes that we'll do to really make it more special during the holidays.
Yeah, because that would be fun, like St. Patrick's Day, the hat.
Oh, exactly.
Easter, the bunny.
Yes.
Stars maybe for, New Year's Eve or something like that.
Right, absolutely. No, that's a great idea. And we used to, have pastel cookies or Easter-shaped cookies, hearts for Valentine's Day. So there are those types of things. I was talking about seasonality earlier. That definitely would help with the seasonality for the products, and that's something we've thought about as well. But as long as our resources are going to things like that, making them more special for your special occasions, even if it's not just the winter holiday. But yeah, that's a great question. Thanks. Anybody else? Thanks, guys. I'm sorry that I tripped up in the beginning. I knew I was going to cry today, or I thought I was going to, and I felt it coming, and so I just paused and was like, oh my gosh, do not do this right now. But it has been a pleasure to be here and speak with you today, and I hope to meet more of you throughout today and tomorrow. So have a good one. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. Now let's proceed into the next session, which is titled Introducing a Digital Revolution in Beverage Packaging. From multinational beverage corporations to small businesses, companies now rely on the latest packaging tech tools to reduce spillages of their beverage products and to sustain the temperatures while in transport, while keeping the taste intact. Please join me in welcoming Sierra Hushiari, the founder and principal of New Age Drinks, who will elaborate on this exciting innovation taking place in this arena. Please welcome Sierra.
Hello, much better. So, our topic for today is introducing a digital revolution in beverage packaging. In 2017, the carbonated soft drink industry posted declining growth for the first time. The main cause, perhaps, of this decline is the growing awareness of healthy eating, the health-conscious movement, and consumer fatigue with current existing brands. Consumers have developed an interest in nutrition and functional ingredients in a way never seen before. The undeniable role of technology in our daily lives has made its way into the food and beverage industry. A beverage industry's or company's growth stage, for instance, can be seen on Instagram by how many followers it has. It's actually very interesting. My team and I, we looked at a number of different companies, whether we look at a new company like Poppy that launched during the pandemic, or an existing organization like Bang Energy, Red Bull, so on and so forth, you can actually track how many followers, how much engagement it has. So social media has never played a more important role in consumer lives. Consumers have emerged from the pandemic with a craving for something new, innovation and new experiences. Packaging interacts with the consumer, assisting in the consumption experience, communicating the story, the content, the message of the product. Innovation in beverage packaging could not be a more appropriate and relevant topic for the Food 2.0 conference this year. Now we have our top picks for the beverage industry categories. Number 1, functional waters. Waters range from those promoting specific pH levels to ozonated waters, waters with specific sports tops. Oh, whoops. Okay, it looks like we have an older... Neil, you weren't able to get the old model of the PowerPoint, were you? Sure. Okay, I'm just going to keep going. So we were talking about the waters and those with celebrity endorsements. Think about Smart Water and Jennifer Aniston, for instance. We also have organic beverages that are more relevant and of interest to the public like never seen before. Those that partner with USDA Organic and Non-GMO, the Non-GMO Project, the butterfly you might have seen on the side of a package, give consumers the additional comfort of regulatory oversight. The variety of coffee formats, different brews, origins, and functional ingredients. Back in the early 2000s, Bulletproof helped turn the keto diet into a mainstream beverage by adding butter. Today, there are caffeine products that combine MCT, botanical ingredients, and even mushroom products. Ohm has a latte blend that combines turkey tail, reishi mushroom, lion's mane, these are different mushrooms, with coffee, they're powdered coffee, to promote a heightened effect. This is what we call the functional ingredient. Tea is the new coffee. Teas have existed and evolved. Teas have existed for quite some time, but they have evolved since the old days of Snapple and Honest iced tea. Its appeal stems from its versatility and health perception. Kombucha can even be seen as a sparkling tea derivative. So what I want you guys to really think about is the beverage industry used to be very exclusive and categorical. We had our waters, our sodas, our juice brands. Today, these very distinct categories are now merging and developing, evolving into new categories. Innovative alcohol flavors and ready-to-drink RTD cocktails can bring the nighttime experience to the consumer's home at a lower cost. The growth of mocktail burgeons with each younger generation. According to a McKinsey 2020 publication, the Gen Z brings with it a heightened interest in health and sober curiosity. Quite interestingly enough, since the baby boom generation, each generation develops a newer and keener interest in health. And whether it is substituting an alcoholic beverage in the evening with a different drink that is non-alcoholic and has health components, the public has never been more interested in functional ingredients. Now, we can talk a little bit about packaging. What does this mean for the packaging industry? Well, packaging promotes the health components and the products that are inside it. The beverage industry is no doubt at a crossroad today. Packaging has been a crucial part of the beverage industry and beverage experience for centuries to protect and promote its contents. I had a really funny picture of a guy in the Middle Ages I wanted you to see, but you can just sort of visualize that image is over there. Digital innovation enables a new era of transformation. The most promising is smart and connected packaging. Trends in beverage packaging span across multiple spheres, from structure modification of the packaging material to the 3D printing, which expedites the design and development phases, and finally, to the development of active and intelligent systems. Structure modification of the packaging material encompasses many topics, but most importantly, undeniably, is the topic of the use of diamond-like carbon, DLC, as opposed to fluorinated like carbon. The unique properties of diamond-like carbon have found its way into many different spheres, ranging from consumer packaged goods, I'll refer to that, which is CPG, and the medical market segments. What is so appealing about DLC is its inertness and impermeability, making it possible for new applications in these market segments. The DLC-coated polyethylene terephthalate, PET bottle, exhibits extremely high gas barrier properties against oxygen, carbon dioxide, and either very high or very low pH, compared to conventional bottles, that is. The use of biodegradable polymers and nano-like composite packaging material. The use of plastics has created a serious ecological problem for the environment because of its resistance to biodegradation. Biopolymers can be used as a solution to the problem posed by plastics, as they easily degrade in the environment and also mimic the properties of conventional polymers. The use of natural fiber in beverage packaging falls also under this category, and we'll have a slide on it and talk a little bit more about it later. Premium packaging. Other ways to accomplish packaging innovation is through the use of unique designs and customized designs for a special event, say. Neon, metallic, and glow-in-the-dark attributes on the packaging have also added to an enhanced and exciting AR, VR experience, whatever you want to call it. I had a picture of different packaging with neon and glow-in-the-dark, so just try to visualize that. Today we're getting our visualization hats on, which is one of the main tactics and skills you learn as an entrepreneur, to think of something as it can exist even when it's not there. So the frosted bottle aesthetic appeal can even command a $2 increase in price point. So I also had a frosted bottle. If any of you guys have seen the frosted bottle or just unique bottles, imagine, simple changes. It's not very expensive or difficult to frost a bottle, but there was an interesting study that came out that stated how a frosted bottle can command on average, a $2 higher price point. Because packaging, and this is with the same ingredients inside the product, the same product, packaging has a very special experience in the consumer's mind, especially in the nightlife setting. So if I was in the city, in New York City a while back, and I saw a frosted bottle product, and it was a little more expensive, and I was very willing to pay for that. So that was an interesting parallel with the article I read and the experience I had personally. Sustainability and reusable beverage packaging. Customers might pay a little more but feel satisfied they are reducing their waste. All the water bottles consumed globally in 1 year can circumnavigate the Earth 9 times. Did you know that? No wonder we have an island the size the state of Texas in the Atlantic Ocean. And that was a picture I had. I had a picture which is the size, it's a huge plastic mound the size of the state of Texas in the Atlantic Ocean. We consume about 9, circumnavigating the Earth 9 times worth of plastic bottles in a given year globally. Biodegradable polymer packaging material. A polymer nanocomposite is a composite material consisting of a polymer matrix and an inorganic digestive phase that has at least one dimension that is nanometric in scale. The advantages of nanocomposite packages are their lightweight and biodegradable qualities, in addition to their enhanced thermal stability, conductivity, mechanical strength, and gas barrier properties. So if we look, let's see, back here, there we go. If we look at the diagram on the left, we can see the various phases stemming from composting into photosynthesis, the natural life cycle, and into production and manufacturing. So molded pulp packaging is made from a variety of fibrous materials, such as recycled material, recycled paper, cardboard, or other natural fibers, sugarcane, bamboo, wheat straw. The raw materials help determine the color, surface, texture, and strength of the packaging. Molded pulp packaging is formed to shape. Cellulose is the most commonly used fiber. Molded fiber products are transitioning from transport and storage to the packaging itself as people get more creative. "3D printing transforms the beverage industry. Small suppliers and large producers alike are looking for ways to lower production costs as margins slim. 3D printing expedites the printing development process, and it can deliver shelf-ready beverage containers and packages. Fundamentally, a good package design attracts the consumer's attention and impacts the buying decision. Developing packaging designs typically involves multiple design phases that can be costly and time-consuming. Food and beverage brands turn to 3D printing to speed up the packaging development process through faster and more economic production variations. This is possible because 3D printing doesn't require molds or other tools for production, only a design file that is sent to a 3D printer and manufactured within several hours. This is also known as flexo printing in the beverage industry. So we've sort of changed conceptually the process from a very fixed, linear, more expensive and time-consuming process to one that's a little bit more agile. Compared to conventional methods, 3D printing can create prototypes with the finished product features in a variety of colors and materials. This enables food and beverage companies to test their final product look and feel further, enhancing design reviews before they actually print it. Thermos, a manufacturer of insulated food and beverage containers, has been using 3D printing for packaging since 2008. Switching from outsourcing prototyping jobs to in-house 3D printing has reduced the lead time for a prototype from 5 days to just a couple hours. The company stated that 3D printing allowed them to optimize the fit of their screw-on top cap for one of their best-selling products. So, our next topic is going to be the development of an active and intelligent system. And what do we really mean by that? This is often characterized as smart packaging, or SCP, smart and connected packaging, which connects the physical to the digital. This is made possible by sensor-enabled packaging material, which integrates sensors and indicators in packaging material. The use of radio frequency identification system, RFIDs, is also an application under this umbrella. Sensor functionality can provide many just-in-time data points to the manufacturers. Specifically, it can help with signal alteration of the chemical formula, signal pressure changes of the package. It can indicate exposure to extreme temperature and react to unexpected opening, as well as product piracy, right, where the product is opened and the product might be switched or tampered with. This is really important as somebody who's in the beverage industry to be able to receive just-in-time data points on this. And sensors are one way to problem solve that. What are RFID tags? RFID tags are commonly used within the retail store. I'm sure you've seen them before and interacted with them previously. The RFID tag is a microchip connected to an antenna, similar to the way barcodes collect and send data with a visual scan. RFID technology uses radio waves to collect and send information. But it doesn't require a line of sight between a label and a scanning device. In warehouses, RFIDs can interact with a smart bot, an IoT, Internet of Things, to assist in inventory management beyond hardware and labeling. However, RFIDs can create a line of sight and traceability along the food supply chain. This is really important because it can help with a company's understanding of its product life cycle. To date, about 1/3 of the food consumed on a given week in the United States goes to waste. A simple RFID tag on a package can give a fast and accurate information to help us move toward a zero carbon footprint economy. I've also brought an RFID tag to just show you. The last mile of product digitization involves new modes of product interactivity. Direct-to-consumer, D2C strategies present a light at the end of the tunnel in the beverage industry. While barriers to entry are still high and distribution is owned by a few conglomerate organizations, unique and customized packaging can create an unprecedented experience for the consumer. This is what the consumer yearns for today. According to IRI's annual beverage industry report last year, the pandemic turned the beverage industry upside down and burst it through its seams. Aluminum is a finite commodity, for instance, and in the US, aluminum cans originate from 3 organizations, Ball, Crown, and Ardagh. Because there were no more cans to be spoken for, Ball set to work building new facilities outside, across and outside of the US, for instance in Mexico, and some of them are set to open this year. One company that is at the brink of innovation is Surratt Technologies. I don't have a slide on it, and I wish I did, but Surratt Technologies is a leader in laser printing, and it can take the aluminum commodity, which comes in sheets, and turn it into finished product. So if cans can be produced through their pilot runs, this could possibly take carbon emission and carbon footprint to near zero instantaneously. It's a huge possibility, and the CEO has gained a lot of media attention and publicity in Forbes and in The Economist. So we are looking at New Age Drinks to possibly partner with them and be their first pilot aluminum can. Consumers are willing to spend more on CPG products and beverages than one might expect. Anything for a unique experience. The phenomenon is known as the Veblen good. If any of you remember from economics, as opposed to an inferior good, this is when a slightly higher price point actually convinces the consumer the product is more appealing. And when consumers can't afford a Rolls-Royce or a Ferrari, they might be willing to spend a couple more dollars on a CPG experience that gives them some additional benefit, or makes their day a little bit more exciting. Smart and connected packaging provides digital touchpoints that can't be overlooked. QR codes are at the forefront of this, and QR codes have revolutionized tech democratization in the food world in a way that is unprecedented. If you think back to the beginning of the pandemic, when paperless menus became a norm, we now take it for granted, but it allows restaurateurs to change the menu as needed, on demand, as ingredients become seasonally available or as certain ingredients are available in their kitchen. This is with a dynamic QR code, made possible with a dynamic QR code, as opposed to a static QR code, which cannot be changed once it is created. But QR codes are incredibly inexpensive to make and very accessible to small businesses. Smart and connected packaging monitors consumption patterns and serves as an experience differentiator. A unique packaging experience helps a brand deliver a unique experience. The last mile of product digitization begins with just one click away. It is within our grasp. So we have a QR code right here. Neil, would it be possible really quickly to go to www.newagedrinks.com? Thank you, I appreciate it. Pardon? Newagedrinks.com. It should also be on the last slide. There should be a QR code. Okay, let's X out of that box. There we go. Great. So at New Age Drinks, with the launch of Brain Pop, we're really excited to have a QR code on the side of the can. And that QR code will take you to the website, and you can take a survey on the product and share your experience, your flavor experience, if you don't like it, so on and so forth. But bi-weekly, we are going to be partnering with 1% for the Planet, and we have a couple of partnerships that are on the horizon to live stream with Twitch, which is a live stream platform, different wildlife preservation locations across the globe. So, for instance, the tiger corridor in Nagpur, India, that houses an endangered species of tiger, or the butterfly farm in the Galapagos Islands. There are many creative ways to interact with the consumer using technology, and something as simple as a QR code. So, as overwhelming, broad, and vast as this sphere might seem, it is truly within the within reach, and I hope that Brain Pop and New Age Drinks helps apply that and demonstrate that to the CPG industry. I hope that it becomes a trendsetter in that space. Thank you so much, and let's open the floor to questions. Yes. Neil, would you be willing to also, I apologize, just scroll down a little bit so that the Instagram can also be visible? A little bit more. There we go. Great. Yes.
Okay, so I've been dealing with beverage companies for decades, and it seems that trends come and go, QR codes come and go, and it's really hard to nail down what's the next best thing. Even when it comes to sustainability, you know, everyone tries to come up with a thinner, smaller bottle. I doubt even with Green Planet, bio water, you put that in your car, you know, it hits 80 degrees, it melts, and every company, even though they're trying to come up with a sustainable container, by the time it gets delivered to the place on impact, they lose half the product, so they have to go back to the old ways. And then trends come and go, come and go. What do you feel the future, and what is it they're really asking for out there? Because, you know, besides Coke and Pepsi, and their marketing isn't based on what you like, you know, their marketing is, you know, they base it, and they're not really trying to sell you their, you know, the best product, because we all know that Coke is not number one, but they are number one because of their marketing. So I'm trying to figure out, because we are looking for healthier beverages, more sustainable planet, but it really doesn't hit in the market. It's still really a confusing industry.
I mean, you touch upon a great point, and it's true that because distribution is owned by, let's just say, the top 5 conglomerate organizations, distribution is very hard for startups to access. And social media can be a way to create guerrilla marketing through guerrilla marketing tactics, for instance, for that to change. But large corporations do love to acquire startups because individuals and entrepreneurs can do innovation in a way that a startup, a large company like Coke can't. And sometimes these large corporations, like for instance Anheuser-Busch, InBev, they have launched an incubator, an internal incubator to pilot different products. The reality is that because the industry is so vast and large, the market share, the ability for a market share, even if it's just 1% or 0.5%, is still a large slice in that pie. And through time, we are seeing traditional soft drinks they've plateaued. They're not growing anymore. People are becoming more health conscious, whether by desire or because of a health concern or an actual health emergency. So I think there are many pressures on that traditional establishment, and even though it seems like it's been around for 120 years, that it's impermeable, it is inevitable that these industries will be forced to change at some point. Also, what gives me a lot of hope is a company like Surat Technologies, because if canning innovation can happen overnight and bring carbon footprint to zero, that will completely change the players in the game. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much. And you can keep in touch with us at newagedrinks.com and our Instagram, which is at BrainPopDrink. We hope you follow and try us out.
Thank you, Sierra, for that presentation. With this, it is time to celebrate the extraordinary contributions of the greatest minds in healthcare, food and beverage, and the nutrition sectors. I request Jody Ruttenberg, our VP of E-commerce at Birmingham Bargains, to come to the stage to present the winners with their awards. Please welcome Jody to the stage. Our first award is for Chelsea Ross Wilkerson for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award.
Chelsea is actually doing an interview out front.
Okay. Chelsea's at an interview, so we'll go on to our next. It's Jennifer Ann Underwood for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Welcome her to the stage.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I hope to get to talk to all of you. Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Raba Belair.
Thank you again for this opportunity, and I would like to thank the organization because it's so far it's very insightful. So I flew from Melbourne in France. I'm from France originally. So I want to just like to say that along my career, I think there are a lot of people in the shadow, which makes that at some extent we achieve what we achieve. So I want to think about them at this moment. Thank you so much.
Rampi Rameswaran. Dr. Rampi Rameswaran for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you. Again, thank you so much for Food 2.0 for recognizing my company and our accomplishment. Just like anything else, we don't get where we're at without a good team and people working behind the scene. I'd like to thank my departed wife and my cousin and all my staff members who worked really, really hard in getting us where we're at today. Thank you so much.
Roy Danis. Roy Danis for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Chelsea Gucher. Chelsea Gucher for Food 2.0 Best Companies Award.
Thank you very much to Food 2.0 for recognizing our business. I'm co-owner of a company based in Ketchikan, Alaska called Foraged and Found, and we manufacture shelf-stable products like salsa, sauces, and pesto out of wild harvested Alaskan seaweeds, bull kelp, and sea asparagus. So we are a growing company, and I'm super excited to get some recognition here from this organization. So thank you so much.
Jason Greenwood for Food 2.0 Best Companies Award.
Thank you to Food 2.0 Conference for this. Thanks to my lovely wife. She and I started Divine Distillers 4 years ago, and we've grown from a small, very small, 460 square feet place to over 15,000 square foot. And we couldn't have done that without a hell of a lot of hard work. And thank you, everyone, for all of us.
Chelsea Ross Wilkerson for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award.
Hi, everyone. Just really quickly, wanted to say thank you to the Food 2.0 organization, as well as all of you. Already, it's been so fascinating to learn about all your journeys, and I can't wait to talk to you more over the next couple of days. So thanks for the opportunity, Food 2.0. And I also just really want to thank my family. If you were here earlier, you know that I'm with Wilkerson Moravian Bakery, a multi-generational family business, and obviously would not be here without them. So to my ancestors who've passed before me, thank you for passing such an important message and honor and products down to me, my brothers, my sister, and my father. So to Dad and my older brother Kid especially, this is for you guys as well. This has been such an incredible, incredible journey. And to my other siblings, Drake and Kane, and cousin Noah, just very happy to be here. Thank you. Might want this. Thank you.
On behalf of the team, I congratulate all of our award winners. And now we are going to take a 30-minute coffee break. I'll see you back then.
Thanks a lot.
See you soon, okay?
Welcome back to the Food 2.0 conference, brought to you by our silver sponsor, Hammock Greens. Now let's jump right into the next session, which focuses on the very engaging topic, the role of software engineering and computer science in building accessible food ecosystems. Software engineering and computer sciences have been a driving force in accelerating the pace of innovation in the food industry. This session will discuss the role of these tools in reducing food waste as well as in optimizing supply chains. The speaker addresses the ways and means through which these integrations can drive food security and accessibility around the world. To address the different ways and means of achieving accessible food ecosystems, we have with us Kenneth Seals-Nutt, the Director of Software Engineering at Verb Energy. The stage is all yours, Kenneth.
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone. I hope the day's been going well so far with the opening talks. My name is Kenneth Seals-Nutt. I'm Director of Software Engineering at a food-enabled tech startup called Verb Energy, as well as a co-founder of a research collective called Science Stories. And so today I'll be talking a little bit about how I use software in a computer science background to really drive accessible food networks and food security. This word accessible is intentionally bolded and colorized because throughout the talk I'm going to kind of show you what I mean as the word accessible and how the definition kind of evolves around some of the problems that I try to solve for, as well as some of the initiatives that I've thankfully been a part of. And so first, I'd like to start off by saying what this talk is not. I think whenever I'm asked, what do I do for a living, and I say that I'm a software engineer at a food company, there's a lot of different ways that can be interpreted. And so for me, I like to first preface that, for one, I'm not doing anything that's science, like sci-fi or futuristic. I'm really just trying to find ways to leverage technology and creative thinking and innovation in ways that we can give consumers products faster, more reliable, and incorporate feedback. This talk is not going to be a programming language lecture intentionally. When I think of the word accessible, I think it's important for people that are in technology to be accessible and talk in plain language and really try to bring everyone into the fold. I'm also not advocating for synthetic or computer engineered food. Sometimes when I tell people that my background is in software engineering, they're thinking, how am I trying to apply the software to the food itself? I'm really talking about breaking down the barriers that are inhibiting people from getting access to that. And then lastly, I'm not trying to find ways to replace humans, especially in agriculture and trying to use AI or artificial intelligence for replacing jobs or creating more scarcity in that way. And so I'll kind of walk through a couple sections here. I'll first talk about my background, some of the things that I've done in the industry, some of the things that I do in my research, and then kind of tie it all together with this framework of accessibility. And so for me, the story that I have to tell is really about accessibility itself. Before I got into software, I was actually in the culinary industry. I was started out as a sous chef, worked my way up to an executive chef, and owned a catering business where, for me, it was a big part to give back to my communities. I tried to find ways to assemble small teams that were scrappy, that could offer catering experiences at a fraction of the budget, things like weddings and big life moments that people were able to have. Oftentimes, caterers and major restaurants would charge a fortune for some of the same food that we were able to get in accessible ways. And so that really brought down the cost of entry and made people's life experiences that much more memorable. And as I got more involved into technology, I was trying to find a lot of parallels when thinking about the phrasing test and iterate, which is a big part of computer science and software development. That was no different than generating a menu, testing it out, seeing if what things people like, what things people don't, refining the menu, working directly with the colleague and your business partners to figure out what's the best way to achieve the ingredients and the sourcing. And then when I moved on to software engineering, a lot of those principles kind of followed suit with me. And then kind of transitioning from software development into software leadership and really assembling teams to drive bigger features and initiatives, a lot of those core beliefs and foundations of like making sure that when I'm talking about what the next best thing is for our business or really trying to find a solution to a problem, making sure that the engineers that are a part of the solution to that problem are able to really understand the problem at hand and get the best results out of it. And so so that's kind of what led me to Verb Energy. What we are is a direct-to-consumer food and beverage brand. They started around 3 years ago, and I've been on the team for the last 2. And our mission statement is exactly that, is we're on a mission to make great energy accessible every day. And when I'm talking about energy, I'm talking about, conferences thrive off the amount of coffee that is supplied for you, always being awake and having all of your synapses firing. And we find that energy is very personal. People sometimes don't like the taste of coffee, or sometimes, having coffee is the only source of energy is inaccessible for people that can't have it. And so we're trying to find ways to, really fine-tune what energy means to an individual. And with us, it was our flagship product that we call our Verb Bar. And it's pictured on the left here. And so, on the right here. So what this bar is, it contains green tea extract as the caffeine source. So you're not going to get those jitters that you would often have where you would sip a coffee and then have a long crash at the end. When we were developing this product, we were really trying to find ways to make sure that this can be something that's additive to people's lives and not something that's, you always have to go find and look for. So we wanted this to be something that was edible because you didn't have to worry about could you hold it in your hand, could you, if you're on the go, could you fit it in your pocket. We really wanted to make the experience as seamless as possible. Even traveling out here, with this product, we were able to bring it on the plane and still be able to stay awake when we were going through security and things like that. And it was really trying to solve a problem of, we find that most of our energy sources today are either only liquid, only like very high intensity caffeine, or they're marketing to a customer base that's not the everyday consumer. When we think about companies like Red Bull, where if you're seeing like the images and the pictures, you're really trying to see someone at their most extreme moments of their life or the most extreme representations of a person. We often try to use images like this, which is a fire department, and notice you're not seeing someone running out of a burning building. You're seeing someone in their daily life, so that this is something that they're using throughout their life, throughout their work, and maybe they just had a very boring day this day and needed a pick-me-up. We really tried to make energy accessible in that way, where it's not just, the life extreme moments of people's lives, and we really wanted this to be something that was natural and vegan, and as well as gluten-free. And we also partner with a former Michelin chef to refine the ingredients, refine the flavors that we're putting into the products, and as well as, on my side, the technical side, finding ways to bring this product to life at scale. And so one thing that is core to our business is that we're a tech-enabled direct-to-consumer brand. We intentionally didn't start off on the retail play because we thought if we could bring this directly to someone's hand, we can really learn about the product quick. Thinking about things like what time of the day do people like to eat our products, or how often can they consume, or what ingredients are we finding that people aren't able to eat because of certain dietary restrictions. And starting with that business model of being direct to consumer, and we develop a direct to consumer SMS business that all of our transactions have the ability to be managed over text message. As our product line grew, as our customer base grew, the things we could do with that ability enabled us to have even more power over making our products accessible. We're able to give people, messages throughout the day. If they've told us that they're using their product for going on a big hike, we can set them a reminder in our system and then ask them how it went. Not only is that giving you energy to like say, oh, someone really cares that I gave this information to you through the product, as well as the experience itself is energizing. We've been able to really change the way people consume a product as well as interact with the brand in this way. Similarly, I use software throughout our job, especially as being stewards of the global supply chain. With one of the biggest examples being the conflict going on in Russia and Ukraine right now, there's massive implications to what that means in terms of sourcing natural ingredients. We really try to make sure that the products that we offer our consumers are able to get real ingredients that are not grown in a lab, that are coming from sources that are giving back to their own communities as well. And so whenever there's conflict or blockages in the supply chain, those directly impact us. So in terms of my role, I'm trying to find ways that we can advance technology and partner with some of our supply chain competitors and find ways that we can automate and find direct lines of communication to make sure that these processes are running smoothly. And then outside of, in industry, a lot of my work, especially some of my foundational work, is backed in research. Around 4 years ago, a professor and postdoctoral candidate at Yale University and I started a research collaborative called Science Stories. This started out as just an experimental project as two friends wanting to find a way to learn about new scientists throughout the world that we find are underrepresented, forgotten, and intentionally overlooked in society, and wanted to give them a voice and a social platform. That started out as just with a few people that we really wanted to showcase, and now we have over 3,000 scientists from marginalized backgrounds, and we consider these unforgotten pioneers in science. In terms of food, we're able to pull in researchers and scholars that are nutritionists, that are epidemiologists, that are inventors in terms of supply chain and making new ways to bring our food to our tables. So if you're able to go to our website, sciencestories.io, and search a nutritionist, you can see a whole swath of people that really made an impact in today's society. Kat was the information architect behind it, and I was the software engineer, and so our partnership was really based upon taking the strengths of both of our backgrounds and bringing something compelling to life. And this can be used in a classroom setting. Someone as young as 8 years old can be able to understand the information, as well as someone can be using it for a college or an academic research paper. We really wanted to make the information that's packed behind it accessible as well. So if you were on the site and were to click on one of these images, you would see high fidelity media, you would see videos, you would see their academic works. A lot of this is we were going directly to the source of this information, that such as universities, where things were backed behind a paywall or you had to be a member of the university to see it. One of our missions behind this was to create this digital transformation in some of our libraries and research institutions across the US and around the world to prevent the need from having a software license or an image license to be able to show the images on the web, as long as we're able to give attribution. So we were able to partner with the University of Oxford, we were able to partner with the Smithsonian to really get some of the content on the web for the first time, and that's completely free and accessible for all. When we started that research project, it had many offshoots. Our net that we were focused on was just mainly women and people of color in STEM. But then we saw that there was a direct need, as this research collaborative grew, to start breaking down some of the data that we were curating about these people. And related to food here, we started a new project with a professor at Johns Hopkins that's about identifying food deserts throughout various parts of our global ecosystem. We use what's called a Wikibase, which is a knowledge base used to power some of our more popular knowledge base architectures, such as if you were on Google and you saw the little knowledge panel that shows up, a lot of that information is driven throughout with the same technology to kind of pull information from a lot of sources and really standardize how we're interacting with it. For us, we wanted to find ways to impact food scarcity concerns across the globe by, one, tackling the problem of making sure that our products were multilingual. If I'm looking at a tomato and someone from another country is, how do we make sure that we're talking about the exact same thing? You know, that has often been one of the barriers for building research and finding ways to promote medical health and epidemiologists finding ways to really give back to communities of other languages, is that oftentimes there's not really a translator there. So we're trying to find ways to disambiguate and make sure that we're talking about the right food groups. All of our infrastructure is machine readable, which means people that have other networks can tap into it. Where we don't have to only be human to human to get the information, where we can, you know, have this be integrated with a grocery store that's trying to source ingredients to make sure that they're able to pull in products that are giving the right nutritional value. And also, everything that we have is free, open source, and fair data. And we call fair data as something that anyone can access and anyone can reuse. So that's a big part of what makes software development very tricky, especially in the research industry, is that oftentimes people have a big research project and all of the data behind it or all the results are private or proprietary. We really wanted to make something that we can share the resources, share the results, as well as companies and universities and hospitals can use this information to really drive new creative projects with it. And so we're working on a research paper right now with Johns Hopkins and coming up with a lot of creative ways to leverage the data that we're architecting. So I've been mainly focused on the data side. And then in terms of the application, we're finding food deserts has a broad meaning as well. In terms of bringing nutrients to a location and making things accessible, it takes many forms. It may look like a night market in Cambodia, which was one of our resources that we aggregated all of the food composition metadata for Cambodia. It may look like pulling in the nutritional profiles of a village in Kenya, which is another one of the food composition tables we curated, as well as understanding the impacts of people's location to the nearest fresh produce market in inner cities, such as the image of Oakland, California here, which is another one of our spots where we're trying to really find what's the difference between where someone lives based on their nutritional health and their access to fresh fruits and vegetables, even through our most populated cities. And as we started this project, we've took on some new partners. We're really trying to make sure that we're approaching this with open arms, making sure that this project is not only going to have an impact on our mission, but also other institutions and organizations as well. So we've been working with a ontology called Food Ontology. They're based in Canada. And their mission is finding ways to find all of the relations of food and their components that make up their profiles, such as fat, lipids, making sure that all the vitamins are tracked for every single food group. And we're really focused on the nutrients and the nutrient profiles that generate that makeup. And so we're able to build this partnership and form a bridge throughout our data between each other. And in terms of how many entries of specific foods that are completely unique and disambiguated, we have about 500,000. And every day we're finding new institutions that are bringing in, their government backed versions of their food composition table, such as we have with the USDA here. We're piping this into our data platform, so then we can aggregate when we're talking about, a tomato has this many calories. Another country might have a different lab and a different grown source that will come up with a different amount. And so how do we, rationalize and build out recommendations in terms of if I was a nutritionist and said you have to hit a calorie count or a vitamin count per day, how do I make sure that is regionalized and localized to the community? And so that's something that we've been very much working on. And beyond, for me, I find that everyone has a role to play in building food systems. My role, I find, is in software development and computer science. I've used my research as well as industry in kind of like a cycle, and I find that that's like the case with most things that are developed in the computer science industry. They start out as some far-fetched research project, and then 10, 15 years down the road, someone has found a way to innovate on it, bring it to a wider audience, and build a company around it. I'm really trying to use this as a cycle for not only continued development, but also continuing the spark of research itself and building some of these accessible networks. But this isn't limited to just technology. I mean, there's ways that we can use art, there's ways that we can use financial backing, and so that's why one of the reasons why I'm so proud of this conference is that it allows us to really think through the intersectionality of our work. And I may have been thinking about giving a talk at the Internet 2.0 conference, but then saw, okay, there's a lot of parallels with some of the work that I would talk about there with the food conference. And so, yeah, just wanted to thank everyone for their time. And yeah, I'm open for any questions if anyone has any.
You mentioned the identification of food deserts. You have a collaboration with Johns Hopkins, I believe it was.
Yeah.
That seems like that would be an easy identification to discover. What data points are you using? How is your tech and your data for providing those conclusions?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're absolutely right. It's a very easy problem to solve in most places. Oftentimes, the issue is that they're overlooked by a very laser-focused cohort. So a place like Oakland, California, where there's plenty of grocery stores, very high-end grocery stores nearby. There's some places where people live, they have to walk a mile and a half to get there, or maybe there's only a convenience store next to them. And so it's one, thinking about geospatial data and thinking of how far someone is to that nearest nutritional value. It's also figuring out when we're talking about milestones that people are trying to hit, such as the daily nutritional value, how that is regionalized to the specific person. So we're taking into account localization, we're taking into account the government-backed FTCs behind it, and figuring out how can we partner with rural areas as much as urban and suburban areas to really dive into the ecosystem. But yeah, does that answer your question at all?
Yes, I appreciate the points that you brought together with that.
Thank you. Oh, one more.
Just going by what I have to do with my own business and having an IT background, how on earth do you find the time to do the software without hiring 50, 60 developers? Because
yeah, that's one of the big problems we have, and I think what helps is conferences like this where we're able to really just have passion behind a project. Oftentimes, it's not just backed by venture capital, but it's also having people that are familiar with grant writing and finding ways that we can, leverage research as much as we can leverage industry to find the time. You're absolutely right. A lot of these research projects start up and then die very soon after because we don't have enough resources and engineers behind it. And so for me, that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to find bridges in terms of having people that want to walk both lines in terms of being a software engineer as well as a researcher. But yeah, that's an excellent question.
Oh, thank you. My question is, what is something that you know now that you wish you had known a couple years earlier, being an engineer?
Yeah, that's a great question. For me, I think engineers are often taught that they have to find the problem that they're trying to solve too early, and that sometimes neglects you from diving deep into the skill set itself. And I think that's something that I, would have appreciated earlier on in my focus, is like really trying to go deep and understanding more about problems that I don't know yet exist. And oftentimes, if I have an idea and I want to build it, or you'll get really tunnel vision in terms of just figuring out the necessary tools to bring that idea to life, where along the way, there's plenty of other problems to be solved, and finding ways that might not feel technical or should be solved with software. But then once you have a passion behind it, you're able to find new and creative ways to innovate. But yeah, that's an excellent question. All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Kenneth. Now let's change things up a bit. We now have a panel discussion that will take you to explore consumer relationships with food. A person's prevailing moods, feelings, and food-related memories immensely impact their dietary choices and cravings to a great degree. Learn more about its critical significance through this next session, which is titled Emotional Connections, Consumers and Their Relationship with Food. Join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, Joe Caron, the VP of Sales from Forever Oceans Corporation. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you. And the panel is going to join us here as well. We really are excited to be here to talk with all of you today. We do apologize that Lisa, one of our colleagues that was supposed to be here, Lisa Sowenpal, she's the CEO of Nom Nom World Foods, was not able to make it today, but we have an amazing panel here that's going to talk with us a little bit. We're really excited about this topic, and I think all of you are going to enjoy this as well. You start to think about it, the longest relationship that we have in our lives is with food. It's the only sustainable one that we really have, is that we have a relationship with food. And that's kind of exciting. And just like relationships that you have, you've got your ups and downs, you've got your good, your bad, you've got your good times, bad times, you've got all these different peaks and valleys that go with it, but there's a lot that goes through this and a lot of different things that go, on with your relationships in general. We find the comforts, we find duress, we find all these different things in with the food. So what I would like to do is I want to ask each of the panelists to give a few minutes to talk about who they are, where they come from, and why this topic resonated with them, that they wanted to be a part of this panel. So we're going to get started in that way. Emily?
Hi, everyone. There we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Spadafora, and I'm so honored to be a part of this panel today. And this was really important to me because of the work that I do. I am a cake artist and a pastry chef, and I'm part of a family business. And the family business has been around for 40 years, started by my parents, and we are still a retail business, so I still get to interact and interface with our customers. And I get to see firsthand how certain products actually create an emotion within them. So when I get to see customers, when they order something, there's an emotional connection when they start ordering. There's also a connection when they pick up their items. And because I get to see that, this was so important for me to talk about today. And our business is based out of Canada. We're close to Toronto in a little town called Milton. And so I'm really happy to be here today.
Thank you, Emily. Great. Dr. Ram?
Hi, Dr. Ram Ramcharan. This topic is actually, I think it was created for me. I'm a psychologist by training. I ran an obese weight loss clinic that dealt with food obsession and obesity and how that affected people in their lives. So patients used to come to me when they were getting ready to do bariatric surgery or they failed all the other places because they were too sick, so they needed to be treated. And I would work on helping them lose 200-300 pounds, in a safe way. I guess why I'm here is to talk about the psychological approach, the bad and the good. But I transitioned into the food industry about 5 years ago when I bought a distillery. And I'm just selling that distillery after 5 years. We created the first hemp-infused vodka, and the first hemp-infused gin, and a vodka as well. But what's really got my passion over the last 3 years is that we created some fabulous technology within the non-alcoholic space. Because when I turned in a formulation to the FDA, they said there's no way you could put marijuana into alcohol. So I worked backwards. I created a company called Gold Star Innovators with the technology that we invented for blood-brain barrier penetration. And now we're in the food industry. We're selling non-alcoholic beverages to bars and restaurants. And we just landed a national contract where we're selling to 5,000 stores starting in June with our non-alcoholic products. So this is just an amazing piece, and I'm appreciative to get invited to talk about food and food addiction.
Thank you, Dr. Ram. I appreciate it. We're glad to have you here. Chelsea, I think you've been here, haven't you?
Yeah, this feels a little familiar. My name is Chelsea Wilkerson. If you weren't here earlier, I am the president of my family business, Wilkerson Moravian Bakery. Our baking heritage dates back to 1925, so we're in this for almost a century. And we actually relaunched our company because we were out of the business professionally for about 10 years before relaunching. And around 2020 is when we came out with the Wilkerson Moravian Bakery. It's actually this panel has provided such a cool opportunity to meet such a diverse range of people. Everyone up here it's been such a pleasure to talk with them. And Emily, I just have to say really quick, because you just heard my feedback and my input in this discussion is going to be pretty similar to Emily. And I'm very happy to have met her because I haven't met anyone else actually that understands the passion of a family bakery that's generational the way that she does. So it's really fun to connect with, and I'm excited to expand into that. So I'm piggybacking off of why I'm here. Yes, the validation of when we go into, I worked when we launched, I worked in our store, and I try to do this even today as a president. I will work in our shop as much as I can. So when we first launched, every single day I worked in the holiday shops. And the things that I saw and the emotions I witnessed, I have goosebumps right now. So people were just stumbling all over each other, just trying to get the sugar cakes and the cookies off the shelf before they were sold out. People were crying because of the memories that it brought up from their childhoods. And I'm sure I'll get maybe an opportunity to go into more detail on this throughout the next 45 minutes or so. But that is why I'm here, and I'm very honored to be part of this. Thanks.
Thanks, Chelsea. And last but certainly not least, Carlos.
Test. Thank you. Before I even get started introducing myself, I want to say how wonderful it is that Chelsea would get goosebumps while talking about her story about food production, because I think that leads perfectly into the idea of emotion being created through food, through beverage, and actually even through speaking about creation of food and beverage, which I love. My name's Carlos Cronin. I am from San Francisco. I own 3 luxury tier craft cocktail companies, and we focus all 3 companies on creating experiences through craft cocktails and through the experience of getting beverages. So we do everything from, we were the first in 2010, we were the first company to offer craft cocktails in private parties, people's homes, 2015, we launched the first mobile food truck specifically for craft cocktails and bar in California. 2020, we created in March the first virtual kits that were shipped nationally so people could do virtual events with their actual own craft cocktail kit, making craft cocktails in their own home. And we recently launched a mixology company to give people the experience of learning how to make craft cocktails in a setting either amongst their coworkers or their peers. Really excited to be part of this panel, and I'll hand it back to you.
Great, thanks, thank you, Carlos. And I'm excited to be part of it. I'm Joe Corando. We met yesterday a little bit as well, for those that were here. I'm excited to be part of this group because I feel really passionate about this in general, this topic, because, you know, you really start to think about the energy that we get from food, not only fueling our bodies, but feeding our souls as well. And it's really, there's a strong relationship that we all have. Like I said, it's the longest relationship that we have in our life. But I think that the best way for us to get started is to kind of define where we're at with here. And we're going to rely on Dr. Ram to talk to us a little bit first about really what this is from a relationship, from a scientific perspective that we can understand. So Dr. Ram, if you would lead us to kick us off.
You're putting me on the spot so quickly,
That's
right?
right.
So, just by show of hands, how many of you here would consider yourself an emotional eater? Okay. How many of you think you're a stress eater? All right. So it's usually about 50-50. So I'm going to just start off with the good and bad. Okay. So when we're born, we have this tendency to rely on our mom and dad on how we are fed, right? So the first aspect of food is used as a sense of enjoyment and pleasure because you're losing it for subsistence, right? What ultimately happens as we grow into that age of like 6, 7, 8, up to about 14, 15, food is used in a couple different ways. It could be used as an incentive, or it could also be used as a punishment, right? We all agree with that? Finish your vegetables, you get some dessert, right? You guys remember that? Or, you know, if you're not going to get all your vegetables done, we're not going to leave the table. So we're taught at a very early age to finish your plate. And there is circumstance and environment that dictates how we start to receive those messages, right? If you are, and these are statistics, these are not mine, lower socioeconomic components, you know, food, you know, is a premium, so you want to try to finish it. If you're from a higher socioeconomic piece, you know, eat what you want, throw away, it's not a big deal, right? So we also get into this tendency as when we focus on food as gratitude. When I say gratitude, think about it. Who was the last time you went out and you celebrated dinner for your birthday, right? You use food as a celebration, right? So every day, in some way, shape, or form, food is a pinnacle part of your life. I mean, away from, you know, being substances and things like that. But on a negative component, we'll just focus on that and then we'll come back to the positive piece, because that's what we want to focus on, right? On a negative piece, at a very early age, depending on how it's been utilized in your environment, food could leave that little negative component in there where if it's triggered, and it's triggered in two ways, either by stress, right? So if you're stressed, the foods that you would gravitate to naturally are salty and crunchy, right? If you're a stress eater, you're probably going for the chips and popcorn and those type of things, right? Now, on the flip side, if you're an emotional eater, what tendency you would go to is to focus on foods that are soft, sweet, gooey. So it's kind of like give you that home, you know, grown type thing. It's like a warm and comfort food. And we know there's tons of comfort food that are healthy, and most of them are not healthy because it's just, that's what they call comfort food, right? They make you feel good. But you guys will talk about what that is and how that choice is. But on a flip side is that once you're able to identify which type of eater you are, you can clearly make decisions that are beneficial to you. Because today, it's not like 30, 40 years ago where the charts were flipped upside down, there's bunch of information on what's good food and not good food, right? So if you know you're an emotional eater, instead of getting, that sweet, gooey chocolate cake or whatnot, you can probably get one of these sugar-free, alternative type plant-based cakes, right? We've been talking about that all week. And make that choice, so when you do get into that state of mind, you're executing in a manner that is efficient for feeling healthy. On the flip side is, again, identifying what those triggers are and what foods you can substitute in your cabinet or home or for your children that are going to be figured or triggered by stress, Instead of having, the chips or the peanuts or things like that, you can have, I think someone mentioned the wheat thin the other day, right? That is crunchy, multiple grains and things like that. So it's just identifying what those look like. Once you do that, then your choices become your choice, not the food's choice. But if you're not able to identify which side of the spectrum you're on, it's going to be very difficult to move forward with that. And my last point is this. When I treated these patients for multiple years, the one component that always came back is we're creatures of habit, right? We're creatures of habit. Think about this, right? You said in the very beginning of your talk, we have a lifelong relationship with food, right? So when you're trying to lose weight, or you have all the diet and exercise and things like that, most of the times they talk about either reducing or eliminating, right? So if you're reducing or eliminating, pretty much everyone could do it for 6 to 8 weeks. But we talk about the emotional and the goosebumps when a food and cake brings back to your childhood. Those are the things that help you or make you fall off the wagon, so to speak, right? So I would tell you, my advice is do not eliminate it, reduce it. Reduce it in a manner that's on your terms, because food is meant to be enjoyed. Food gives you pleasure. Food triggers memory, it's nostalgia. And if you can make those good choices by recognizing what the triggers are, you will be better served for a long period of time, And my patients, like I said, they came to me to lose 200-300 pounds. They stay that way by just making simple choices and identifying what those are. So that's my take, sir.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ram. And that's great. We have to look at both the negative and the positive side of it in that way. And one of the things that stands out was we've all experienced, that happened over the last couple of years. COVID had a big effect on a lot of things, and people, it's like I got my COVID-20 that I put on or whatever from, those types of things. Emily, you made a mention of the fact that you saw some real direct things that came out of your bakery. So if you want to share some of that, that'd be great.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So exactly what you're talking about, we started noticing trends in our bakery. And we think they draw to the stress that everyone was undergoing during COVID. So again, we come from Canada, province of Ontario, and our province was under quite a few lockdowns. And during those lockdowns, our business remained open because we are a food service business and we continued to provide food to our community. And we started noticing that baked goods sales were increasing. And one in particular was our donuts. So donuts, donuts increased quite a bit. Like we were selling out by 10 a.m. when usually it doesn't happen that early, where we were like, okay, let's start another batch. Okay, let's start another batch again. And it was happening on a daily basis. And so when we go to look at the numbers, I ran some numbers and we saw that, so our pastry department in particular, which would encompass pastries, cakes, donuts, Danish, cupcakes, cookies, all of those wonderful things. Pastry sales from the time that COVID onset until the end of 2021, pastry sales increased by nearly 70%. And then within that 70%, the donuts themselves were an increase of 40%. So for us, that was a big number because normally things sort of gradually increase for us at about a 10 to 20% annual rate. So this was a big jump for us. And I truly believe that something like the donut is one of those things that makes you feel happy, brings you back to your childhood, gives you a little bit of a sense of that comfort. But then the other side of it also is that, a chocolate donut, you have both chocolate and carb together. So chocolate, like dark chocolate, actually will increase serotonin. It has flavonols, which will decrease inflammation. It has things within it that are going to boost your mood momentarily, or at least in the short term. But carbs do the same thing. Carbs increase your serotonin short term as well. So with the donut, you're getting both. You're getting the dark chocolate, you're getting the carb, you're getting a quick hit of a boost in mood. Dr. Ram, I'm happy to hear you talk about that as well. So that was one of the things that we noticed. And I don't know if you want to, the other one that I noticed that was a really huge increase in sales, again, was chocolate-based again. So it was candy and chocolate. And our candy and chocolate sales from the time of COVID until the end of 2021 increased by 80%. We were sold out all of the time. We started bringing in a lot more product because the demand was there, but we started bringing in a lot more imported chocolates. So we have like specialty UK chocolates, we have specialty Italian and European chocolates, and we have customers that come in and they're so happy to see them. Oh my God, I haven't seen this chocolate bar in years. And they're picking up like 5 or 6 at a time. And so the same thing again, it's that emotional connection to their childhood, but also what Dr. Ram was talking about, how it lifts our mood for the short term.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carlos, I was just going to say, you did some things in COVID.
Yeah, I can add to that as well. Interestingly enough, this is not a perfect comparison, but events in the Bay Area, from both the information that we have internally as well as many of our competitors, which are very close friends of ours, we found that events in the Bay Area were down 95% in 2020, but liquor sales in the state of California, which I understand is not a perfect comparison, liquor sales were up 37%. So when you have 95% of the events in the Bay Area that are completely limited, but let's say the average holds to the Bay Area specifically, you have 30% more alcohol consumed. You see that people have gone from a place where they're being social and socially drinking with others to a place where they are heavily drinking in a secluded environment. And so interestingly enough, we looked further into that data, and what we found was the majority of sales of alcohol that were increased were in hard alcohol. So instead of people going out, being social, having a cocktail, having a wine, having a beer, whatever they may have, maybe 2, they're now drinking large quantities of hard alcohol at home under a secluded environment. So what one might be able to conclude is that there is at least some sort of correlation between isolation and desire to have intoxication.
Wow. Well, yeah, that's incredible in that way. So another thing that comes to mind as well with this as we shift out of the COVID mode is that, there's a lot of things, and you made mention in your presentation earlier, Chelsea, about the holidays coming up. We're in a holiday week this week. And I know that, that affects all, we've all seen that in the business as well. Touch on that a little bit about why there's the relationship around food as it relates to the holidays, and then I'll ask you to talk about that, and Emily, and you and Carlos as well, and if Dr. Ram, if you see some of that too. So Chelsea, if you'd kick us off with that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Joe. So I'm going to take it really far back, and I spoke a little bit earlier on spices, but one thing that fascinates me with the spice trade kind of relates to some of why some of these products are so popular during the holidays. So spices, used to be more valuable than gold, and actually some of the old spice merchants of Asia, they actually created these wild mythical stories of what it took to get spices, because a lot of Europeans didn't realize whether it was true or not, because they didn't have access to these particular areas. So it was very interesting that they did this because it allowed them to increase the prices dramatically. Some of these spices were difficult to harvest and therefore should have been expensive. Some not necessarily, but they were able to charge a lot for these because, stories like cinnamon, you have to go to these caves and there's big bats, like huge human-sized bats, and you have to put on armor made out of ox skins to fight them and get them. And some were like huge, enormous birds will take the cinnamon sticks up to these heights that are unsurmountable by any human, and this is how we get them. So really, like, funny, wild stuff. I mean, mermaids, like, we've all heard stories of mermaids, and that relates to it as well, the sirens, and so I find that very fascinating. And so traditionally, a lot of items that contained different spices and different sweets, vanilla, cocoa, all kinds of spices, cloves, nutmeg. They were very popular around the holidays because people couldn't afford to get these products during just an average day, so they would splurge during the holidays and then celebrate them and make their special occasion more special. So fast forward over time, I think that has a lot to do with the origins of it. But of course, you always want to make the holidays memorable, and so you feel okay to treat yourself because you're like, hey, it's okay, it's my birthday, I can eat this cake, or it's Christmas, like these calories are going to be all right. I'll figure it out after the holidays are over. So. That's just a little bit of background there.
Chelsea would love to ask, what percentage of your sales do you do in the weeks prior to Christmas?
So I would say about 80 to 85% of our sales are in the last 6 weeks of the year. So yes, like Easter and other holidays are big, but nothing compared to the last 6 weeks of the year. That's really when we want to put our resources into more sales during that time. And I mentioned in my presentation earlier, you think that you need to fight that seasonality to make it someone want to buy it every day. And I'm not saying that's the wrong way to go about it, but for me personally, I don't want to take away from the special feeling and the memories that people get from these products because they wait all year and they look forward to having them for the holidays. So it means even more. And yeah, so I mean, it is wild, like our business, right now, we'll hopefully expand into more products as we go to make it less seasonal. That's kind of our strategy, to continue making a good amount of income during the other months as well. But those last 6 weeks of the year, I mean, that's what we live on.
Have you received any feedback and reviews on what feelings people get when eating your cookies at Christmas, or how that makes them emotionally connect?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the really common ones, this tastes like my childhood. This this makes me think of my mother, my grandmother, even, just something similar to this type of ginger taste. It brings up memories from days gone by, and people will get goosebumps. We had many tears. People come in and cry, and because, as I mentioned, we were out of the business for about 10 years before my family came back, and it was very special to us that people remembered our particular way of making things, because as we may talk about, the emotions and the love that you put into these products, it actually, and Joe, you sort of mentioned on this some in your presentation, it bleeds into how it actually makes you feel. Like, it's wild, so I'll let other people that are a little bit better with the science aspect go more into that. But yes, so during the holidays, I just lost track of the last part of the question.
Yep. I think that the emotional connection.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to touch on something. We're talking about food, right? So we know certain foods that are commercially made are targeted to the audience because they want you to get addicted to that or have a tendency to gravitate to that food or for that beverage. Starbucks, for an example, known to spike, increase the caffeine in their beans. That's widely known. That's not a secret, because the more caffeine, you get more addiction. I mean, listen, caffeine's an addiction, good, bad, or indifferent. It's how you perform within that space, right? We also know food creates. You talked about all the different spices and flavorings that you use to create that mood, serotonin uptick, downtick. But the most important piece is the oxytocin component that food triggers. That's what we're all talking about. It's that chemical called oxytocin, which is the extension of Oxycontin and all those other things that are man-made. But the natural component that makes you feel great after eating a great chocolate cake or a wonderful cookie or having a great beverage mixed in a cocktail, or when we make a CBD drink infused with cannabinoids or Delta-8 or one of those pieces, because we're looking for that feeling, that emotion, that attachment. But food in general creates that on its own by triggering memories and flavor and taste. Because everyone here has that one time where during Christmas morning or New Year's or whatever that is, or for us, July 4th was very special. And my uncle would make this great chicken dish, right? And that was always what we look forward to. So all those components is working on that one space in the back of your head, right? So those foods, and you probably can Google it and put search what foods are creating emotions that are triggered by oxytocin.
Dr.
Right?
Ram,
Or serotonin.
I have a question for you, and that is, can oxytocin be released without actual consumption of food and simply thought of food?
Yes, because the thing is, it's about mood, right? So, when you exercise, when you have great lovemaking, all those things are being released by oxytocin, those feelings and serotonin uptake and downtake. And remember, we're a society of looking for mood alteration. The beautiful thing about where we're at today is we can use food in a real positive manner. That's why we're here, right? We're trying to find foods in a positive manner. We talked about plant-based for the first day because we're looking for alternatives on how people to be substantive in their body, and now we're talking about the mood and sugars and all this. And your story is phenomenal, right? Look how you transform yourself just from changing the way you ate and the food you chose. But at the same time, we've got individuals in here, including myself, that participate in types of food that could be detrimental for people's health, as long as they're able to eat and consume in a proper manner or within reason, right? But if we were to just lock down everybody and say, okay, well, you're a master baker or you're a mixologist, and because vodka and gin creates, negativity, and your great cakes, right? And chocolate. Could you imagine what would happen? Business will be going out of left and right. So we have to be reasonable in what we're talking about and recognizing how those things will affect us individually. I always tell people, food is the great cultivator. See, taste buds have no discrimination whatsoever, right? If you have a nice yogurt or you have a nice cake, no matter wherever you're from the planet, and it tastes good, that taste bud will say, wow, that's super. So on the flip side, food is used to bring people together. But these days we're looking at food as tearing us apart. All right? So let's keep it all in context.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. And with that, when bringing people together, it triggers something that we were in our previous conversation about nostalgia. And that was a point that you had made, Emily, that there's a lot of nostalgia around food and different food items that go into the holidays and that type of thing. If you want to touch on some of the nostalgia around it a little bit as well.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Absolutely. We all have really solid examples of how different foods take us back to our childhoods. Even, as an example, when I see a customer coming through and taking a look at our counter full of pastries, and they see something that maybe they haven't seen in a little while, right? And they're like, oh my gosh, I think, Chelsea, you mentioned this. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen this since my childhood. My grandmother used to make those. And when I hear something like that, it makes me so happy because they recognize it, but it also makes me a little bit like, well, it's probably never going to taste as good as your grandmother's because you have that strong mental relationship behind it that your grandmother made it. So it's interesting in that it brings customers to pick up certain items that, like I'm going to use one from the holidays right now. We're Easter, and we are an Italian specialty bakery, and we make something called zeppole. And zeppole are traditionally made for the feast day of St. Joseph, which is in March, but we continue it until Easter, and then it's done. And like you mentioned, Chelsea, once we begin, we've had people that ask us, can you please carry this product all year long? I really miss them, and I want them, in September. And I always say the same thing, and it comes up every year after Easter, every year. When we stop making them, please bring them back. And the answer is always the same, and it's no, because it's special for that time of year. I don't want to remove the specialness of having that particular product for those 2 to 3 months of the year. That's your time that you get to enjoy it, and that's when it's available, and that's when it's the tie back to your celebrations of that holiday. So for us, I agree that certain holidays bring about certain treats, specialties. Maybe there's a special drink that you only have at one time of the year. All of that, I think that creates part of that nostalgia and part of the real specialness of what we are consuming.
And that's a great point. I think that, we start to look at it, the interesting thing about food that I've always been fascinated with is that it's the one item that actually touches all of our senses. We can see it, we can touch it, we can smell it, we can taste it, we can hear the crunch. We can get all the senses with food. What else does that? I mean, it's really amazing in that way. But we always talk about there's people have the secret ingredient that goes in there. It's like, what's the secret ingredient? It's love. But Carlos, you made mention of something, when we were talking earlier, that things that are handmade versus machine-made at times have a different impact. And do they have the love? Touch on that for us a little bit.
Sure, I can touch on that a bit. As everyone in this room, I'm sure, knows, we are a center of innovation in Silicon Valley. So it didn't take us long to think, oh, we will create a machine that creates cocktails, very similar to the way a machine can create an espresso drink. So they tried this, and they have produced multiple. You can see some of them in Williams-Sonoma. They have these little cocktail machines that will create a cocktail from a packet, very similar to an espresso pod. And they actually opened a few bars in New York City, San Francisco, where they tried to have only these machines. And the idea was that you could have a machine make a cocktail faster than a person. It could deliver it faster. It could charge you faster. You could get more drinks per hour. You had no labor costs. It's the perfect entrepreneurial idea. And it failed entirely. And so you have to ask, why did it fail? Well, what people said when they were reviewing of why they didn't go, why they wouldn't go back, they were reading the Yelp reviews, what people concluded was that there was an interpersonal dynamic created by a bartender behind a bar, adding the ingredients to the shaker, making you the product. You had a couple of different things going. One was a personalized service. 2 is a custom-made product. 3 is an interaction. And 4, the idea that you could add something special that was an intangible, which may be called love or something else, but there's something special that one creates by making something with their own hands for another person. And so the industry is still trying to figure out how to create a machine to eliminate labor, which is very expensive in the Bay Area, but it hasn't been successful because of those above reasons.
It's a great perspective. Chelsea, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on, for the bakery that my family ran for over 80 years, one of customers' favorite things was being able to see us making cakes and things like that. Having that visual was special to people. And we're still getting our new retail spot going, but we definitely plan to do things like that. Maybe even let someone come back there. I mean, obviously not with COVID, it makes things a little bit more tricky. But if it's their own cake, like, hey, like, little man, it's your birthday. Do you want to like put the letter on here with the icing? Something really personal like that. Giving them that even more of that connection to the food, making it taste even better because they had something to do with it. They saw us make it. They know it was made with love. And that energy transfer, whether you see it or whether you don't see the energy transfer, I do think it's there. We say hand-baked in a lot of our marketing because yeah, we want people to know, we're not doing all of it, by machines. Like we're in there, it's our family, like our hands are put to work.
I can add something slight and quick to that, and that is over the past few years, we have begun incorporating what we call interactive mixology to our parties. So you'll have a traditional bar with a traditional bartender making craft cocktails, which are delicious. But then on the other side of the room, you'll also have a small little bar with an individual bartender where the participants or the guests can get behind the bar and make their own cocktail or make a cocktail for their friend or their coworker or their guest or whoever it may be. Our clients are willing to pay twice as much for the entire event to have that little station where people can make that cocktail for their friends or for themselves as if they just had the bartender. So people obviously not only truly value it emotionally, but they also value it financially, given that they're willing to pay twice as much.
I want to add something to that. I mentioned in the beginning that 5 years ago I bought a distillery, and I actually redid all the formulations. And at the time, because we were looking at replicating the same exact taste and flavor, my distiller friend back there probably knows what I'm talking about. But there is a certain sense of this energy, and I think Coco said the same thing. Food and energy, you guys have all talked about it on a conference call. Personally, I didn't experience that till about 2.5 years ago when I started making from scratch the new formulations. And there was such a sense of pleasure and ownership, that's the word, ownership, when you put something together and your energy and all of your essence is put into that imaginative process. And when it comes out and someone says, oh my God, that is amazing, that energy cannot be replicated. It's like opening a Christmas present when you're 5 years old under the Christmas tree. That's the feeling I get. So I know what you were saying, Chef. I know what you're saying, Mr. Distiller. You're saying it. It is amazing because energy in food is just something so amazing that I think people who are not in that business cannot understand it. And I will tell you, I had to apologize to my distiller because I didn't understand when he said, I'm going to mix this, and I want to mix it with my own hands, as opposed to mixing it with the machine and putting that and taking it out of the bag for the gin and all that. I'm telling you, it was the first time I ate crow when it comes to business, but it was the best crow I ever ate. And I can admit when I'm wrong. But experience and energy is amazing.
Yeah, Emily.
So just going along the same lines, everything that we do at our retail bakery, we also make by hand from scratch, the old-fashioned way, which takes a long time, but our customers appreciate it. So yes, there's a higher price tag, like you were talking about, but our customers come for that. They want to know that this item has been made from scratch, by hand, by a team, not from a factory. And that's really what makes it special and what brings our customers back to us. And one of the interesting parts of what I do, I make custom cakes and wedding cakes, and everything is custom. So another emotional factor here would be when a customer comes to me and says, it's my husband's 50th birthday. or, it's my mom's 70th or whatever. I need to do something really special for her. And they'll come and they'll give me a rundown of maybe what their interests are, or maybe what the theme is, what their favorite color is. We've done everything from birthdays, anniversaries, to celebrations of life, where, they know that a certain person is only going to have maybe another birthday, and so this cake is going to be so important to them. So when they're celebrating, when we were talking about having a celebration, when you're celebrating, a cake is really important, or the dessert for many people is really important. And when customers come to us, even before the end product, there is an emotion attached to it for them already, because they are going to give it to someone that person means so much to them. So this cake that they are ordering and taking so much time to say, it has to be this way, it has to include this, it has to show this side of him, and we managed to put that all together for them, that's that customer's emotional connection to the person that they are gifting that cake to. They are able to say with a cake, you're important to me. You're so important to me that I wanted to give you something so special and so original that this could only be for you. And I think it's a really important part of everything that we do, because we are all crafting by hand, and we have the market for it still, even though there are huge technological advancements with machinery to get production high, there is still a market for the handmade custom pieces because of the love that goes into it.
Absolutely. And that's really, and like I mentioned the other day, 3,500 years ago, the Greeks discovered that the energy transfer from what you were eating goes into you. And, when you put love into it, it's that secret ingredient. It makes a difference. It's like people try to replicate what's gone on with, my grandmother used to make this. It just doesn't seem to say same. I'm using the same recipe, yes, but the love that she put in there is not quite the same as what you can do. You can't capture that in that way. There's a cultural thing about breaking bread. Everybody's sitting at the table breaking bread. And really, when I guess we'd be remiss to not just touch on that briefly, the impact and how that, with you personally, all of you, the act of sitting and breaking bread and around the table from a cultural perspective, how's that impacted you? Want to start, Carlos, or we'll just work this way? Okay, go ahead.
I don't mind starting because my background is Italian. And, everything we do revolves around food. So anytime that we are having a celebration or just getting together, we don't just get together for dessert or coffee. We get together for a meal. It's always a huge spread. There is always, enough food for 40, but only 18 are attending. And it's really quite beautiful. It's so special to be able to be with the people that you love, the people that are important to you, and to be able to share a meal with them. It's friendship, it's camaraderie, and it's connection. It's connection not only because you're there talking to each other and enjoying a conversation, but it's connection through the food that we share together and the time that we're able to spend at that table together, right? It's an incredible thing, and I'm so happy that it's part of my culture. I know every culture has something similar, but I feel like it's a gift to be able to enjoy a meal with your friends and family.
Absolutely.
That was beautiful and so true. One of the oldest traditions is a love feast service, and this is you don't have to be Moravian in order to know what love feast is or enjoy a love feast service, but just to speak to my Moravian background, that is the oldest tradition in the hometown where I'm from, which is essentially a simple meal followed by breaking bread with each other. And love feast buns are one of our most popular products. And, you know, it's a sweet dough and, you know, just got some spices in there, and you can make sandwiches with it or you can eat it by itself. But it really represents, it made me think of this because it just really represents that, you know, the intention to gather and to share. You know, food is one thing that we all have in common. We all need it. So throughout our busy lives and our busy days, you know, you might not be able to connect with people, you might not know what to talk about, but we all need to sit down and nourish ourselves. And it brings this wonderful reason to all get together and experience something together that we can. Most of our pictures you'll see for our bakery, it's pictures of my whole family around a table eating with some of our products on the table. That's the kind of photos I like to take because that's what we do, and that's why we do what we do. We're trying to bring families together, and the traditions that so many different types of foods make, those traditions do bring people together, whether it's the holidays or something else. But those, yeah.
I'll add this. In my culture, eating is everything, because we're, I guess, the purveyor of spices, right? You know, wars were fought for spices, but more importantly, is like when a family gets together or a guest comes in, and you feed them. You get it's considered the greatest blessing that you can give someone by feeding and breaking bread with them, as you were saying, because it doesn't have any discrimination or anything whatsoever. You taste buds are good, you feed them, and once they say thank you, that's the greatest blessings you can get.
That's great. Carlos?
I guess I'll finish it off by saying my last Thanksgiving I hosted at my home. We had 35 family member guests, which are sort of the extended family, the close friends, and all the above. And we had over 35 handmade dishes. Every single one was handmade, probably from 3 or 4 individuals who are particularly incredible at cooking within the family. And the feast was just incredible. As you can imagine, the cocktails were excellent. And people just had a really, really wonderful time. We went to the local San Francisco farmers market, and bought just dozens of giant bouquets of flowers everywhere. And people had too many cocktails, which was great. And we sang karaoke till 2 in the morning. And even my aunt, who has terminal cancer and was supposed to pass away years ago, was on stage dancing after midnight, and it was a really wonderful time. And it was so wonderful that I had a photographer friend who had taken a lot of photos. I had him create a book of the experience. So we actually have a book from this Thanksgiving experience, and my idea was to take it to everyone and have all the guests sign it. And I've been taking it around for the past few months, having everyone sign it when I saw them next. And I would say the majority of people, when they're signing it, have actually cried. And it meant a lot to me to see how much emotion that they've been given, the fact that they're crying, mostly tears of joy. And they're actually crying because they had such a wonderful time. And I think that really speaks to the value of an experience like that being so much more than simply the food.
Yeah, thank you. And we're coming to the end here, and we really appreciate everybody. This is a great way to kick you off and go into lunch, right? So talk about food and our relationship, and the relationship is we need to get reacquainted. But one of the things, we think about it, life is about choices, and food is about choices, and food is life. So we are all grateful, to have spent the time with you today to share our thoughts on this. And, all of you probably have stories that are very similar. You probably have a lot of stories that go along with in certain ways that have triggered some ideas with you in that. But, I'd be remiss to not say that there's people that struggle that don't have enough food in their life. And, that is a real struggle that's out there as well. There are people who've abused it over in one direction, but in other directions, there's people who really are lacking in that way. And, it's us as a community of food people to try to do what we can, and I've heard so many great things about it. They're giving back to the communities as well. So we thank you all for your time today, and thanks to all the wonderful people on this panel. It's been an honor to be a part of the group with them, an amazing group of people that I consider friends. And I feel like we've met 10 years ago, and we've only actually just met physically here. So thank you all. Any questions? Chef Coco.
Hello, everybody. Not a question. Closer. More or less, you all just reinforce why food has become my vehicle, and it's the vehicle to my purpose. I love the way each of you all just simply explained what food means to you, right? Gentleman on the end, you talked about how it brought people together. This food thing is under the umbrella of hospitality. That's it in a nutshell. We take care of people, we care for them, we even touch on those nostalgia moments, right? So even with the bacon and the cookies and all of that good stuff, it's extraordinary. Now, I can testify, like I'm in church, I can testify to Dr. Ram's Touch Vodka, that's the name that I explored, and Nirvana Gin, right? You added the little extra story I didn't know about, so that even as a chef makes me look at it from like a higher perspective. That's brilliant, it really is. And I thank you all for sharing your travels with us, with food being your vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I wanted to add a little to that because I want to explore, we have a lot of products, and the products that do the best for us are the ones that have emotional attachment to individuals. So we have a seasonal coquito, which is a Christmas drink, and we also get the, hey, can we have this year round? And we're constantly saying, no, you can't have that year-round. If you have it year-round, it loses its magic. It loses its specialty. We have a pandan rum that when we get people from the Philippines coming and seeing that, we don't have to explain what it is. They just buy it. They don't even care what it is. It's got the right name on it. And the people who come and explore our distillery and see the process of how we make it are the ones that become evangelical about our product. And it's you guys are reinforcing that. A lot of what you guys have said has resonated with what we do and how we do it. And I just wanted to reiterate all of that.
Thank you.
It's truly a pleasure to resonate with the people to whom you're speaking.
Here's a different perspective. I was in Mexico one time and just went there to visit, have a couple drinks. And a gentleman came up to me, and there's a lot of poor people in the street. He comes up to me, he's been traveling for over a week, trying to get across the border, obviously. And he said he had no money, no food, no drinks. So I went back to the restaurant, bought him a whole plate of food and some drinks, and he sat there eating it with this big, happy feeling, and he was excited that someone cared enough to buy him some food. So it's not always about pleasuring ourselves and being happy with the family. It's taking care of others. What they say, you get back 10 times more when you give.
It's a great point. It really is. Okay. Thank you again. Have a wonderful day. And
Thank you all.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists. Don't forget to use our hashtag, it's food2conf if you are on Instagram. And with that, it is lunchtime, so enjoy lunch, and I'll see you guys back in the room in an hour. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a great lunch. Taking the conference forward, let's move to the next speaker session of the day, which is on the topic Generational Food Business, Building a Legacy. How can a legacy business keep reinventing themselves generation after generation while staying true to their roots and without compromising on quality? Let's get some answers from Amelia Spadafora, the creative director of pastry at La Rose Specialty Foods and Fine Italian Bakery. Please put your hands together and welcome her to the stage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome, and thank you so much for being here. I just want to say it's such an honor to be among this group over these past couple of days and to be among you. Thank you. So I'm going to be talking a little bit today about generational food business and a legacy that you can create with a generational business. So my name is Amelia Spadafora. I am the creative director, as she mentioned, of our pastry department at our family business, La Rose Italian Bakery, Specialty Foods and Fine Italian Bakery. I am a cake artist and pastry chef, and my parents actually started our business 40 years ago. So the business was founded in 1982, and I have two brothers and a sister, and both of my parents are still involved every day. All of my siblings, in some form or another, are involved in our family business, along with close to 60 employees that contribute to our business on a daily basis. So what does it mean to grow up in a family business? That picture, that's my mom and dad and our extended family. And I thought this quote really hit home and really speaks the truth. Behind the success of every small business, there is a family. Absolutely. And that's how it all starts. It starts small. It starts with the love of the family into the business. And then the business grows. And the way that you nurture it, the way that the family contributes to it, the business grows into something bigger than just a small business. So when I was younger, I used to joke that the business, La Rose, was the favorite child because my mom and my dad, they gave all, it seemed to me at the time, that they gave all of their attention and all of their time to the business. But now that I am a parent myself, I realize that yes, the business is definitely a part of the family, but absolutely everyone in the family contributes to that business and nurtures the business in some form or another. So, you know, even though my husband isn't part of the business, he's still a member of my family, and yes, he contributes in a way. So it is the love that goes into the business as well as the sacrifices that are made by all family within it, and then the nurturing that goes in from every family member. And then, you know, growing up in a family business, it's really just a way of life. For me and my siblings, after school, we went to the bakery. We didn't go home. We learned cash register from like really young ages. We contributed on the weekends. We helped out with cookies or slicing bread or whatever needed to be done. But that's the way a family is, right? You just jump in, you do what needs to be done, you help out when you can. Also, within a family business, your customers really relate to you. I know with our customers, we've had some that have been with us from day one, and now they're like an extension of our own family. So that's a picture of me when I was 7 years old. And back then, the town that we started our business in, Milton, was much smaller than what it is today, and that was actually front page news back then. So LaRose was raffling off those stuffies, and a lot of our customers today that have been with us since day one actually remember me still like that. And they remember my siblings in that way as well, because they have witnessed us grow both with and within the business. And now, fast forward, Milton is actually about 10 times the size that it used to be when the business started 40 years ago. I believe it's over 200,000 in population now, and the business has evolved quite a bit with the explosion of residents in our town. So, sharing work with family. I already told you I have 2 brothers and a sister, and that my parents are still involved in the business every single day. And when I tell people what I do, sometimes people look at me with shock. And sometimes I think they cringe because they're like, how do you spend so many hours every single day with so much of your family? And I usually get the question, how does that work? So there's one thing I can tell you for sure, and all of us are on the same page about it. Family is first and above all else. While all of us are completely committed to the business, we are also completely committed to each other. We know that no matter what, family is constant. Yeah, we disagree. Yep, we still yell at each other. We have arguments. Everything you think like a normal brother and sister, sibling relationship would be like, it's still like that in the business, but we're able to always come back to one another. We are committed to one another in the sense that we always listen to each other. If we need a 24-hour cool-off period, it happens, but we always come back and we find common ground and we find a way to agree and move the business forward. One of the really important things that I found that makes this happen is that we all have really clearly defined rules within the business. Now, having defined rules is important in any business, but I think it's super important in a family business because when it's a family business, you have, it's a different relationship to all of the tasks. You feel like you're responsible over here and over here and over here, but it doesn't have to be that way. You can create different sections so that everybody tackles a different section and we stay within our own lines. So I always joke, with my brother where I'm like, okay, so the bounds are drawn here. This over here is all mine. This is my department. That over there, that's yours. And we stay, like, even though we get along and we talk to each other about what we're doing, we always respect our boundaries and understand what our roles are. So first step was finding the right role for everybody involved in the business and making sure that the role challenged the skill set and still inspired them, because of course, as long as every family member is inspired in their role, they will continue to grow the business. Then after that was writing a job description for every role. I'm going to say that again, it has to be written down. It is so important. It has to be super specific. It has to be super detailed. You have to write it like you are writing a job description that you're going to post on a job board and hire for it. And then it has to be distributed so that everybody understands what these different roles are and where the different responsibilities fall. And then we hold each other accountable. So it can be really easy to let things slide in a family business because it's your family, because you don't want to cause conflict, because, hey, no problem, you didn't get to that? When do you think? Maybe next week? No problem. No, we can't do that. We have to hold each other accountable for our own responsibilities within our roles. We would never allow something like that to slide with another employee or manager, so we don't allow it within each other. So this is a short little video on what can happen when roles are not clearly defined.
Okay, can I ask a question? If I say I'm the
Oh, there's no volume. Neil?
Co-owner's the owner.
That's not right. If I say I'm the co-owner, you're the co-owner. Can we start again, please?
Absolutely.
That's ridiculous.
Good.
Yeah.
So that was, yeah. Neil, how do I play that again?
Sure.
No. We just keep rolling.
Okay, can I ask a question? If I say I'm the co-owner, why are you the owner? We're both co-owners.
Co-owner's the owner.
That's not right. If I say I'm the co-owner, you're the co-owner. Can we start again, please?
Absolutely.
That's ridiculous.
Good.
Yeah.
So that's my mom and dad. That's over 10 years ago. My mom is here with me. Thank you, Mom. I'm actually really super proud of that moment because my mom stood up for herself and said, hang on a second, we are both co-owners. And I agree with her because you know what? Since day one, they both put in their blood, sweat, and tears into that business. They both put everything in. And, you know, sometimes the patriarch of the family can say, you know, I'm the owner. So Mom, good on you for making sure that the titles were figured out. And since then, they both use the title co-owner. Another really important part of any business, of course, is knowing your numbers. If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. So in our business, I'm actually really fortunate. My brother's is the numbers guy. So he creates the spreadsheets, he does all the formulas, and then he creates this beautiful package and sends it out to us with all of the summaries of what's happened over the past month. And we look at these metrics once a month usually, so that all of us are on the same page and we know where the business is going. And we're able to see, okay, we did this well, this is going in the right direction, why did this fall over here? So we're able to troubleshoot as well as look at things and make decisions around them. So we really try to allow the numbers to paint the picture. And it's really important in a family business because there's so much emotion and passion that we all put into it because we're so invested, right? Because it's like a part of our family. So before we make decisions, we have to step back and go back to the numbers and have something that is concrete that we can look at before we make a decision. I have a picture up there. That's our tomato sauce, and that's actually something new for us. Not that the tomato sauce is new, but that we are now doing a higher production. So this would be one of our first steps into food manufacturing. And we chose our tomato sauce. Why do we choose the tomato sauce? Because the numbers told us to. Because we were able to determine where the demand is, and we were able to say, okay, if we're going to take a risk and move into higher production, we're pretty secure with what the numbers have been in the past that this is going to be a good investment for the future. Another example of our numbers is in marketing. So we're able to look at everything down to each individual product, and we'll line that up against different marketing promotions that we do. And we use usually our social channels for marketing, and usually it's Instagram and Facebook because that's where we hold most strength, I would say. And so when we run a promotion, we're able to run the promotion, look at the social numbers that they give us, but also look at the numbers of sales at the same time. So what can I tell you from that? From some of the promotions that we've done, I can tell you what works for us. Instagram usually performs better than Facebook. Photos usually perform better than videos for us. And the sales will actually spike for 1 day, maximum 2 days from the time that we post. So it's a short spike in sales, but you can see it in the numbers. So part of legacy is preparing for the future. And preparing for the future is making sure process is in place. So I had a business mentor, and he asked me this question: Emily, if you are gone tomorrow, can the business continue without you? Truthfully, I had never considered that question until he asked me. And it sat with me. It was really heavy. And like, it slept with me. I dreamt about it. And I woke up knowing When he asked me that question, the answer was no. No, the business would be a mess if something happened to me tomorrow and I was gone. So that really started me on cleaning up my act, let's say, and creating process for the business. So I started by, as I said, I'm a cake artist and pastry chef, and I run the pastry department. So one of the first things in process for me was making sure that all of the recipes were properly recorded, that all of the measurements were absolutely accurate, that all of my ingredient lists were clearly laid out, that all of my contacts that go along with my ingredients and my sources, everything was available. I started documenting how I answered certain queries. I started documenting how we go about different things. And I did it sort of on the fly at first. I would take my phone with me everywhere I went. And when I realized I was doing something that needed to be documented, I would take out my phone, use my voice recorder app. I'd talk about what I'm doing, and then I'd let the app transcribe it. And then I put it into my folder where all my other process documents are, knowing that if anything happened to me tomorrow, somebody can go into that folder and find what they need. So the other question this business mentor asked me is, if the markets crash tomorrow, how would your business still be relevant? He asked me that question in 2019. So little did we know that come March of 2020, this question was actually really important. Not that the stock markets crashed, but a global crisis was upon us. And how was our business going to be relevant in a crisis? So originally, my answer to this question was actually the same answer that my dad gave me when I asked him so many years ago, "Dad, why? Of all of the things, of all of the businesses that you could go into, why did you choose a retail bakery?" And to back that up, my dad actually has training as an engineer and had a construction company first before he changed into the business that we have now. So I was always curious, "Dad, why did you choose this?" And his answer was really simple. He was like, "Because everyone always needs food. It doesn't matter what's happening. It doesn't matter if there's a recession. It doesn't matter what else is going on. No matter what, people need food." And that's one thing that all of us tie together here. We will always have that. We will always be able to serve our communities with food. It's up to us to figure out how to deliver that to people and how to make it the best possible for them. But we all have that in common. So when COVID hit, it hit our business, not that we shut down like so many others did, but it hit our business in a different kind of way. So we went from close to 60 employees down to maybe 15. And it wasn't because we laid anybody off, it's because everybody was afraid to work. So we were, at about a third of our regular staff. Between me, my brother, and a few other key players, we were working 12 to 14 hour days, 7 days a week to secure the business and to make sure that we're serving our customers. Because if you all remember, when COVID hit, everybody wanted to stockpile their food. So it happened to us too. So the demand was still there. We still had all of our customers, but we hardly had the staff to handle it. But we got through. And then the other thing we had to do, because soon enough, the customers were also afraid to come into the store. So we had to offer, for the first time ever, a curbside service, which we had never done before. And we are not technologically driven, but we figured it out, and we made it work. We connected with our customers again in a way that we hadn't in years, and we were able to serve them and process their orders and offer them this curbside service and make sure that our business was relevant. So those two questions were really important. And if you're in your own business, I think those two questions, if you have never answered them yourself, are really important. And then as we think about process and why we're doing it, it's because we're making room for the future generation. So right now there are 4 grandchildren in the family. And actually the grandchildren, they're young in those photos, but they're between the ages of 13 and 15 now. And the 15-year-olds have started working with us, part-time, of course. And who knows what the future will hold? Who knows if they will continue the business? It is our hope that one of them might want to. But it's different with them. I mean, they come to the bakery because they want to and they think it's fun. And they help out their grandparents whenever they can. And they're also involved in community events. And it's just really nice to see that the next generation is coming. And then, you know, the business has been here for 40 years. Let's hope it's there for another 40. And if they choose to work in the business, we've decided that each of them will start in customer service roles, and they will rotate through each sector of the business, right? Because serving our customers is number one. And then if they decide to go into the business and they are older and they'll get more responsibilities, they will start evolving the business into something new. Just like when me and my siblings really took leadership in the business, we evolved it in certain ways. And it will happen again, because that's what it means to be in a family business. Everyone brings something different. Everyone nurtures the business in a different way. Every contribution helps that business grow. And then legacy is not only about family, not only about the business itself, but I find legacy is about contribution and supporting our community, because the community supports LaRose and LaRose supports the community in return. And this has been one of the most defining things for us for legacy. So my parents have always backed our local hospital. To date, they have donated over $250,000 to our local hospital. My brother started a fundraiser, an annual fundraiser as well. It's called Italia Fest. It's local. It's a cultural festival, but it's also a fundraiser. And it raises funds every single year that we choose a different charity for and send those funds to. We also support local sports teams, food banks, churches of all denominations. We support where we can. And this has been the biggest gift. That's really where family business becomes something more, right? The business is its own entity, and the family puts everything into it. And then it becomes something more because we're able to give to our community and make a difference in somebody else's life. So it started as a small family business. We'll see what the few years in the future have to bring. I know that with all of our family involved, as long as we all contribute, as long as we all nurture, it will continue to grow. And I hope we always grow it into something my parents are proud of. I also hope for the future, and I hope that at least one thing that I have been able to share with you today speaks to you. And I hope that it helps you reflect on your own business and what legacy means to you. I thank you all so much. I am so honored to be here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So my question is, thank you. My question is, my son is now turning 29. He's also a physician, and he is fascinated with our new company, and he is insisting on joining. I already made him a board member, so I can have the votes on my side, but that's beside point. How do I assimilate him from where he doesn't have a sense of entitlement, because my kids are privileged, and they want more than they can handle at times, but he's really motivated about actually working in the company. How do I find a good way to assimilate? Because I don't want him to feel like underutilizing him, but at the same time, I don't want to give him a sense of entitlement. Does that make sense?
Completely. I'm going to try and answer this a little bit, but I'm also going to say I bet my mom would have a couple words about that in case you want to contribute. But have you sent him through operations? So he understands operations and has worked every piece of operation? Right.
Sorry. It doesn't matter that he doesn't know anything about business because he knows you know about the business, and you're always going to be there for him. I think what you need to know is that, I'm sorry, I saw that picture with my grandkids, and it's how important it is to you that he has made that decision. And
he did it on his own.
right, so isn't that just grand? I mean, how many parents have that option that their kids really want to be with them? In today's world, not too many. So I think you'll figure it all out. I think that's a great opportunity for him.
So my question goes kind of along those same lines. Being a family business, it's really difficult to create healthy boundaries for your employees and family members not to try to take advantage of. How do you create a healthy boundary without letting family overstep?
Without letting family overstep.
Meaning, like he was just saying, they have all these ideas and all this other stuff. When it's family, they usually have more of an opinion, they have more of an idea, they want to feel more important. But you also have employees that have been there for a long time. With family, there we go, I saw it register.
Yes, okay, I understand now. So that's a really terrific question. And I think it's going to be handled differently by every individual company, by the family that's running it. But if you have an employee that has been with you for years, and we have employees that have been with us for 25 years, and they express an interest in taking a more prominent role, we will definitely give them that opportunity. Now, depending on the company, like we have that opportunity because we have so many different departments. So we're able to, make sure that our employees have space to grow as well. Because if you have a whole bunch of, board members, but not the employees, you can have a really big problem. So there has to be space for employees to feel valued, to be able to grow, to know that they feel like a part of your family as well, and that they want to invest their time, right? Because your employees, they're giving you their hours of their life. And if we don't honor that, and we don't give them that opportunity, then they won't be with us. They will leave. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Well, I just want to talk. No, but the fact is, I was born
family is in a family ranching operation. We've been doing it for 100 years. So this might just be an example of how our family did it. We all kind of have to find our own way, right? I don't even know why I say right after that. It's kind of rude. But anyways, we as the kids, we almost were more accountable to the employees than dad or mom or the family. Like, you don't, just because dad is the big boss, that doesn't give you some trump card over the people that have spent their lives building that business, right? The cowboy perspective I got from those people that weren't part of the family but were a huge part of that ranch being what it was, those were the best lessons, almost better than what I got from my parents. So some of that stuff, I might say it to you, Dr. Mom, is just put him under, not you. You know, somebody else that's a trusted person in your organization, and say, look, okay, you can whine to me, but that's the decision maker. And that worked well for us. Like, I was expected to go do something that was relevant and recognizable. I couldn't just come home and say, okay, put me on the payroll. I want to have it easy. That wasn't going to fly. And that was just the way our family worked. And it's dynamic, and it's hard, and it's a lot of sacrifice from everybody, because always your talents can't be maximized in your mind. Anyways, that's the way I just thought I'd share that, because a lot of people really build a business for that legacy, to pass it on, and that's part of the big picture. And it's a dynamic, interesting thing. Also, as you're at the top and you're the older generation, you got to let go of those reins, pass them down to her. I think that's really impressive what y'all have done, so really big high five.
Thank you so much. A little bit more on what you were just talking about. I never thought I was going to be a part of this family business. I studied something completely different. I started in my own path, and then I ended up right back here. So it's amazing what can happen, and how you are tied to something that you grew up with, and you're tied to, work, but you're also tied emotionally as well, and it's something, you grew up on the ranch. It's part of who you are. Just like this business is part of who I am. And Dr. Ram, I had to do school. So when I came back, I had to retrain. And I retrained not only in the profession that I'm in, but I also trained in business. And I didn't go to a 4-year MBA, but I trained in business. And I found my business mentors, and I ensured that for 2 years, I did all of my business training. So all of that was really important, but it was important to me, knowing that, oh my God, this is on me and my siblings one day. And if I don't train properly, then everything my parents built, we won't be able to hold it up. So whatever it is that your son needs training in, you can help him find his training. As long as his passion is there and he wants to be there, he will do all of the training he needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amelia. Moving to the next segment that studies the basic tenets of building proper food safety protocols for the safety of its employees and its customers. To speak on the subject of creating and building food safety culture, we have with us Brian Dawson, who is the Director of Quality at Built Brands LLC. Please put your hands together to welcome him to the stage.
Thank you so much, everyone, and for the opportunity to speak here at this conference. I just want to start by saying that was incredible last presentation. Mixing family and business is something that absolutely terrifies me, worse than public speaking. So just a tremendous amount of respect and admiration for people who are able to do that and do that successfully. That's really incredible. So thank you so much for sharing that. I'm really grateful for the opportunity today to speak on a topic that I am extremely passionate about, and this is about food safety culture. I think that this is maybe a topic that people will roll their eyes at, or maybe want to tune out or check out of mentally, and I'm hoping that this is presenting it in a way that's different enough and hopefully engaging enough to be interesting, to leave you all something, help you walk away with this with a little more information and maybe a little energized to really understand what is food safety culture and why does it matter. Here's my agenda, the things I want to talk about today. I want to introduce myself to all of you a little bit better, get to know you better, talk about the why. Why does this matter? Why am I up here talking about this? And then letting you know where to start, defining success, finding your best practices, and then opening it up to questions at the end. To tell you a bit about myself, I have a bachelor's and master's degree from Brigham Young University in food science. I then, immediately after I graduated college, worked at a startup company called Chapul Farms. Back then they were just Chapul, but now they are Chapul Farms. If any of you are big Shark Tank fans, you maybe remember a kind of a hippie-looking guy, long hair, on Shark Tank pitching protein bars made out of crickets. That's Pat Crowley, the founder of that company. We made protein bars made from crickets. We thought that we were going to change the world with it. It was, complete amino acid profile. It was sustainable, and I think we made a really great tasting product. But as a surprise to no one wanted to eat crickets. People thought that was gross. After that opportunity, I moved to General Mills actually, and over the last couple of years, got to work on a variety of projects, starting from cereal, working on Lucky Charms and Golden Grahams, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And then I went to bars again, a brand called Larabar, got to work on them as well. And then yogurt, and most recently refrigerated dough, learning about what it's like to work in a bakery. And one thing that was really exciting is that at each and every one of those opportunities, I thought I knew a lot about food safety. I thought I knew a lot about food manufacturing. And every new opportunity has taught me that I really didn't know a lot about it, and that there's still so much to learn from those opportunities. And now most recently, I took the role as a quality director at Built Brands. We make protein bars not from cricket flour. Instead, we use whey protein isolate. Thank you. And one thing, I'm very passionate about this. I really believe in the product. I've got samples if you want to try it, but it is unlike any protein bar you've ever tried. It's got this marshmallow-like texture, under 150 calories, just something I'm really excited about, I'm really happy to share with everyone. Just a little bit more personally, my wife and I, we have 2 dogs that we love to spoil beyond belief. We have a golden doodle and a labradoodle. And then we're huge travelers, and we've actually lived in 8 states in the last 7 years. And when I say live in a state, meaning we had a lease there, we changed our mailing address, and that's just because we love to travel, we love to see everywhere, everything that the country and the world has to offer. All right, starting about why does this matter, I want to pitch to all of you a couple different arguments, hopefully appealing to different thought processes, emotional, logical, those kinds of things. So starting off is, there's a statement from the FDA, the world around us is changing rapidly, and we are in the midst of a food revolution. So one thing is that this is on the FDA's mind, and if it's on the FDA's mind, it'll be on the USDA's mind, and it may not, kind of is a requirement already, but talking about food safety culture, having those policies, starting with the stick and then we'll move to the carrot, it could be a regulatory requirement. It's something that auditors will come into your facility, trainers, people who look at you, they're going to be asking about this, and you want to be armed with a response. Moving it further down is building trust with consumers and employees. Quality is a story that people can get behind. Knowing that your brand and your products have valuable, high quality, safe ingredients inside of them, those are selling points. And that's something I think that we want to deliver on. We want to give that to our consumers. I think about also social media, the impact that has. How would a bad review, how would someone blowing you up on social media impact your business? And how hard would it be to recover from that? And then lastly is to stay relevant. We've talked a lot about COVID. We've listened to some really great presentations on how COVID has disrupted the industry and how it's changed things. And I think for us to stay relevant, it is continuing with this momentum of protecting our people, protecting the brands, protecting the consumers, the people who eat our products, not just from COVID, but from foodborne illnesses. We hear about those scary pathogens like Listeria and Salmonella, but helping protect customers. So from there, talking about where to start, as simple as it sounds, as foundational as it may appear, it is to just have a conversation. I think as owners, founders of your companies, successful business owners, incorporating food safety into your vocabulary, sitting down and talking with people about how much it matters to you. It doesn't need to be this huge, marketing campaign where you spend thousands of dollars, although I'm sure some people would appreciate that. But just even sitting down, having those individual conversations, letting them know to you how much the quality means to your brand, which I'm sure it does for all of you. Knowing how difficult something like a recall would be, or having reviews come through about your products because it's making people sick. Just sitting down and having that conversation, letting them know what it means to you is always a fantastic place to start. Then we talk about more into like the tactical and getting into the weeds of it. Having a leadership commitment. And the FDA, working with them, that's a really common thing that they like to see if they come in and audit your facility. Maybe if you've worked with other regulatory bodies like SQF or BRC, those are things they like to see. They want to see a management commitment. They want to see this commitment in writing from leadership. That's a nice check-the-box activity, but more so it's putting thought behind that, making it something that you can rally behind and people can get behind. Another place to start is assessing your current culture in your business. This is a really fun exercise I actually like to do with, in my experience, every time I moved from a different department or to a different company, really assessing the culture, because when we talk about culture and we talk about safety, we're all in a different place, and it's all got to be customizable. There's not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution for this. So that's what this matrix is on the right side, is kind of understanding, how to do an assessment with your team, your employees, your family members. On the top left, starting out with individuals who have a high understanding of food safety. This is your quality assurance team members, the scientists, the people who maybe aren't as exciting to talk to as a scientist myself, but they have a high confidence as well. These people really aren't at a high risk to your business. They know what they're talking about, and they're confident in the information that they have. And then you move to individuals who have a high level of understanding, but maybe don't have as much experience in the business or in the industry and lack some of that confidence. These are people that you can coach and mentor, really help them step up to the plate, develop those skills, and learn where they can share that knowledge and be confident about it and really grow to be an asset to the company. And then on the bottom right, we have individuals who don't really understand food safety. Maybe their backgrounds are in food science or microbiology, that's not a prerequisite. But they don't really know a lot about food safety. They're kind of new to the game. They're new to food manufacturing or food service. And they also, because they're new, don't have a lot of confidence. This is something we've talked a lot about with training. Giving those individuals that knowledge, helping build them up, giving them that training, giving them that time so they can learn those skills, and then have opportunities to hone that in and develop on it. And lastly is my favorite, people who don't have an understanding but are really confident. This is where I like to put myself with, people who just kind of wing it, don't really understand what they're talking about, but are really confident when they say so. Identify these as highest risk to the business. And that's what we say here, immediate management focus. That's a nice corporate term to put on this of, maybe, you see people who, because of their voice, because of how loud they are, because of the impact they have, don't have the knowledge and can then cause a lot of damage to the company. Can really impact customers, can impact your reputation and your image. Putting it there. And this is an exercise I've always liked to do, not really formally, maybe writing some notes, or even talking about this, sharing this grid with your team members and say, hey, let's assess ourselves. Let's just rank ourselves where we fall in this category and then rank each other. Really seeing, as we're starting our food safety journey, as we're starting these conversations, really understanding where we are, and from there, identifying next steps moving forward. Another thing I love to do when you're talking about these journeys is, where appropriate, ask for input on difficult decisions. And I want to emphasize where appropriate, because I know that at a high level in the company, sometimes you have to make decisions that are confidential. You have to make difficult decisions, strategy, especially if you have an issue with your product, making difficult decisions on what to do with that product. We're all afraid of a recall. A statistic that I've gathered kind of just from my experience in the industry is recalls start at $1 million. That's not how much they cost, that's where the cost begins, whether that's loss of sales, damaged reputation, marketing dollars to recover and pivot. But where appropriate, I love, if we've got a difficult decision regarding food safety or food quality, I like to ask them, the person who brought it to my attention, ask them, what do you think? If this were your decision, what do you think we should do? And really help bring them along for that journey and get their input. I'm always impressed with the input and value that people do bring there because most of the time, they've got a better idea than I have. And then lastly, of course, educating yourself. We're all here. I appreciate the attention, you listening to me. The FDA put out a really great reference. It's called The New Era of Smarter Food Safety. They talk about capital, they talk about training, get a little more into the weeds of it. Just a really fantastic resource and place to start. Continuing with that is defining success, right? We got this momentum. We're all excited about talking about food safety, or not excited, but we know it's on the horizon. But how do we measure success? How do we know if this is effective or not? I think as businesses, we want to be data-driven. As leaders, we need to know if something is impactful or if it's effective or not. So how do we define success? One thing is, as an industry, a really easy metric is a reduction of recalls. With market events, recalls, I don't know how much you guys know, but every recall from the FDA is pitched as a voluntary recall. The company is like, oh, we voluntarily recall this product. That's almost never the case. It's usually the FDA is like, we strongly encourage you recall this product. And you're like, okay, we will, and we'll voluntarily do it. But as we see this reduction in recalls, COVID, this has actually been a really hot area of debate. What happened in 2021 to 2022? Why was there such a dramatic reduction? And then also from 2020 down to 2021, there's also a reduction. Obviously, we're in 2022 still, so that number will continue to rise as the year progresses. But really talking about what happened in the pandemic, why did we see such a drop there? Like I said, that's something that's been a really kind of controversial debate. So we'll stay a little clear of that. But then as a company, most companies aren't issuing recalls every day, and if you are, I wonder what's happening. But you talk about other metrics internally, consumer complaints, negative reviews on social media, if you're manufacturing product, hold product. If you work through co-manufacturers, how much of their product are they holding? And that's something that you can continue to see as this gradual reduction is because you're putting the right conversations and you're empowering people to say, hey, food safety is a priority to the business. Leadership, they care about this, they're talking about this. I want to make sure I'm doing the right decision. Another way that's not as measurable, but is a really good metric that I see is when I see people doing the right thing unprompted. If I see employees washing their hands properly, counting to themselves or singing the ABCs, or if I see people, if they drop something on the floor, they put it in the trash, and I don't have to wait to step in and say, hey, you can't do that. But that's another thing is culturally you see is people will unprompted do the right thing. And then as leaders, this kind of ties into that is the engagement you see with people, hearing their stories, hearing their success stories, even something as simple as, talking about food sensitivities or food allergies. If you are working in an environment where you work with allergens, do you know what allergens your people have? Do you know what their concerns are? And bringing that personal touch to the table as well, understanding that, hey, this matters to me not because, I have an allergy to gluten, but my wife does. Or my nephew does, or I've got family members where this matters to them, and I want to ensure their safety because I know they eat the products, I know that they love this. And then as an individual, I purposely left this blank because I want you all to think about this as an individual, what this means for you. How am I going to be committed to food safety? And like I said, you don't need a degree in science, you don't need a degree in marketing. I think what you need is a passion to make food for people, which all of us here today, I believe, have that. But thinking for yourself, how do I want to embrace this idea of safety to help protect my customers, to help protect my brand, and share that with the people around me? Moving on to best practices, this is something that when I was preparing this presentation, I thought about taking out because I don't want this to sound like I know everything about this. There is still a tremendous amount I have to learn when it comes to food safety and those things to do. But maybe just some mistakes that I've made or things that I've learned over the years that I want to share with all of you. The first one is to not get stuck on what's ideal. I think it's really easy to look to these big companies with unlimited resources, the General Mills, the Nestle's of the world, and say, wow, this is what they do. How the heck am I ever going to accomplish something like that? How the heck am I going to have a huge QA department or a huge regulatory or legal team? And it's easy to look at the gold standard and get discouraged by that. And what I would just say is not getting stuck on what's ideal, really looking at your company, assessing your existing culture, and starting from there, making your own tailor-made solution to it. One thing I will share is that, we talked about these manager commitments, these, incentives. It doesn't have to be explicitly saying, as a company, we are committed to food safety and ensuring that blah, 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 right, and put people to sleep. It doesn't have to be like that. At Built Bar, where I work now, our food safety policy is great products are not manufactured, they are built. That's it. That's our safety policy. And that's what we rally behind, and that's what we say is, we're not just manufacturing something. Earlier we talked about putting love into your product, putting that emotional, putting that personal touch into it. And we say we're not just manufacturing something, we're building great products here. And we don't even mention food safety there, but that's our commitment, that's our policy that we get behind. And that's something that, as our team, we came up with. It wasn't from a handbook, it was something we saw that this is our culture, this is what we need, and this is our plan that we're moving forward with. I also want to talk about incentivizing doing the right thing. And I know when we talk about incentives, our mind goes to dollar signs, and I think money always helps, right? You can reward milestones in food safety, passing big audits, conducting internal audits, conducting, certain activities to help be preventative and be proactive. We obviously don't want to incentivize sweeping things under the rug, you don't want to put dollars in the wrong areas, but when you see people doing the right thing, rewarding them for those behaviors. Something else I really like to do is just giving that personal touch. You see someone doing the right thing, throwing product away after it touched the floor, or washing their hands properly, you go up and thank them for that. Give that personal touch. Hey, I noticed you did this. I just want to say thank you for that. That reward is a huge incentive. And then, if you guys have adopted internal chat systems, Slack, Microsoft Teams, some sort of company communication system, blast them publicly for it. Reward them. Say, hey, I just want to give a shout out to this individual, their commitment to helping protect our brands, protecting our consumers, and really rewarding them that way, and thinking beyond the dollar, thinking of ways that we really hope to make an impact beside just saying, hey, here's a $10 gift card because you washed your hands, but really making it memorable and helping it stick with your employees. Another thing I would encourage is building/engaging with your network. This is something that I am really grateful for. Is I've been very, the term privileged has come up a lot. I've been very privileged to have a really good network, be surrounded by industry professionals. Really random connection I have is the gentleman named Ken Walters. He helped write HACCP. He was with Pillsbury when NASA approached them about, hey, let's make a food safety plan to protect our astronauts. And it's really random that I got to work with him and got to know him on a personal level. And I'm grateful, and while that's very privileged, I'm also grateful that I can call him up and say, hey, I've got this random question I've never seen before. I've got this situation. What would you do about it? So continuing to build and engage with your network, asking those questions, and not being afraid to share problems or things that are concerning that you have. Because I've seen in my experience, most of the time people, they've got better ideas. And then the last thing, just being creative. I think that I've been fortunate to audit facilities, traveling around, looking at compliance. What I don't like to see is when people treat food safety as a check-the-box activity. They say, oh, box is checked, we're good, let's talk about marketing, let's talk about other things. And they really kind of aren't there's not that commitment or that investment. But I like to see the creativity. I like to see when people are thinking outside the box or thinking of other ways to say, hey, let's get people to do the right thing. I want to as I'm wrapping things up, give a call to action. This is something I really strongly believe in and want to share with all of you. I don't know who originally said this quote. I've tried asking some people, but this is something I've heard my entire career, is that there's no competitive advantage when it comes to food safety. As companies, we want to be unique. We want to win market share. We want to drive more revenue, help improve our top line. We want to drive more sales. But when it comes to safety of our products and protecting our consumers, You could argue, oh, food is a basic human right, or food is something we're all entitled to, but I think all of us here today, we're passionate about making food. We're passionate about sharing that with other people. And if one company loses, what we've seen, especially several years ago, is that it's easy to consumers begin to mistrust the companies, especially those big mega corporations. It's easy to mistrust them. And if they make a big mistake, you hear about a recall of lettuce. Maybe we're all worried about lettuce now. We don't care which company it came from, but we're all worried about that. So really sharing that when it comes to food safety, there's no competitive advantage. And that's something that I've appreciated and that I like to share with people is that I call consultants. A lot of the times, if I mention that this is regarding food safety, they do it pro bono. And that's something I've started to do myself and say I don't want you to not be armed with the right information or be afraid to make the right decision because of financial constraint, but engaging with your network, talking to these people, regardless of cost. Just sharing with all of you, these are my sources to help put this all together. Happy to share this with all of you as well, kind of where I went to put this together, and just reinforcing with my great network. I'm extremely grateful for them for helping me put this together. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to share this information with all of you. And with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions. Yes.
Hey, thank you very much. Food safety happens to be a passion of ours. One of the advantages of working with a distilled product is that we are the cleanser that everybody uses. So I don't have to worry about it so much in my product. We worry about it, on the way to becoming our product. But once it's in the bottle and it's at 80 proof, I don't really worry about it doing anything to anyone. We are starting to get into other products, so much lower ABV products, and I'm looking at, we lived in France for many years, and they have their cheeses that are aged in caves, and they have these things that are put in on old boards, and I'm getting to a point, sorry.
No worries.
When we went and visited a brewery in New York, one of the things that happened to them, and it's starting to happen to us with our Department of Food Safety, they were enforced to use steel and wash down their products and wash everything down and be very, very vigilant about keeping things. They used to do their fermentation in these wooden vats, and they found that the wooden vats were actually more food safe than the steel that was getting wiped down and dealing with that. And I have had a very hard time explaining some of these things to our food people when they are asking us to make these completely clean rooms and completely clean floors, and we're like, it is not as clean as it would be if we were doing it this way, but you can't get through to them because they have it on their checkbox. So how do you get around that culture of it's got to be in a checkbox by FDA, by Oregon Department of Agriculture, or whoever that is running that for the health?
For sure, and I would say quality assurance people are notoriously extremely stubborn. We like to say, this passes, this fails, it's black and white. And I think part of that is helping with a successful food safety culture is really understanding that sometimes these decisions aren't black and white. I think switching from steel fermentation tanks to wooden fermentation tanks, you could easily say that doesn't pass the eyeball test, where this doesn't look right, this is not what I'm used to. Being able to sit down and say hey, I understand this looks different. I understand this is not what you're used to, but if they're data-driven people coming armed with the data, if they are curious people or creative people saying, let's try this and see what happens, build a plan to collect the information. But I would say that's, really understanding is with as you're building and continuing to improve on your food safety culture is, just that conversation outside of this issue that you're working with and saying, when are there situations where it's kind of like there's shades of gray, where it's not as black and white? How do you approach risk? Help me understand your thought process, kind of approaching it that way. Good question. Yeah.
So my question pertains to the scheduled process. How familiar are you with these processing authority bodies, and what are your recommendations for post-scheduled process analysis and verification? Like, do you recommend, microbial analysis or any kind of shelf life testing, so on and so forth?
Yes. This is going to sound like a bit of a cop-out, but it's very risk-dependent. If you were making, yogurt that's ready to eat, high moisture, high water activity, your approach to risk is going to be very different from a baked good that doesn't have a lot of water in it, that doesn't have a lot of, free water, very shelf-stable. So it's very dependent on the product. That's kind of the very generic answer, but diving more into the weeds of it, it's, what you're comfortable with, and it's asking what happens if we fail? Kind of thinking about the question before of could the business proceed without you? What happens if we put this testing strategy in place? Let's say we're doing microbial testing. You're testing your finished product. How comfortable am I if we see a positive? How much product am I comfortable throwing away? And kind of weighing that balance that way versus the cost of testing. If you're testing once a day, that's going to be a lot lower risk where you're only segmenting 24-hour sections at a product versus if you are testing once a year, the risk is much greater if you do have a failure at that point. So that's kind of looking at and seeing what level of risk you're comfortable with. Does that answer your question? I hope it's another story.
Well, Brian, great presentation. I love it. I had a couple of topics I was going to talk about. One was, I think every CEO should have to work in the QA department of food business before they could be qualified for CEO. I'm serious because that piece, I started my career there. I had no clue what HACCP stood for. I had to go, hazard analysis critical control point. Wow. I mean, what does that mean? It's a very baseline understanding in a food business all leadership should have. So you're the next CEO, man. Stay with it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Brian, for sharing your insights. We will now move towards an interesting session titled Healthy Food and Mental Well-Being, Need to Aware the Food and Wellness Industry. The speaker here will shed light on the link between the food choices we make and our mental health while talking about the varied reasons why food businesses must take note of this connection. Let's welcome Sandeep Dewan, who is the Senior Director of Information Technology at the Food Authority. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Sandeep Dhawan, and I work as Senior Director of IT at a company named Food Authority, New York. And I was just presenting like a couple of hours ago into the Internet 2 conference on like artificial intelligence and machine learning and all that stuff, because that's where I belong to. So, and that's, where I should speak, but like I got a chance to speak on food, so I said, yes, why not? Let's try, because, we IT people always try to do something. So that being said, like, you guys have an audience, and I'm being a presenter. We have one thing in common today, and I really wanted to let you know what it is, that you guys have no idea what I'm going to talk about, and neither do I, but I will try my best. Because that's what we IT do. Like, long story short, our job is to make sure, make the systems up and running like 24 hours, and unfortunately, we can't do that, So let's start, like, we all know that we need food to live, okay? For thousands of years, we have been developing agriculture and technology to harvest more crops in a more efficient way. Food is closely linked to the increasing population of our planet. Someone can please fix this, otherwise, yeah. Okay, yeah, so food is closely linked to the population of our planet. We all know that okay, thank you, whoever did that, but thank you so much. Okay, so the food is closely linked to the increasing population of our planet. Okay, we need food to feed our children, and we can only bring our children to the world because we have food. Since 1960, like, the growth of our population has been growing by the average rate of 1.9% per annum. And at the same time, the food production has grown by 2.8%. Access to the food is a key benefit to the modern civilization. But unfortunately, there are still regions with hunger and malnutrition, and we should provide special take care of that and provide more food and proper nutrition. But with the constant efforts to ensure food security, in most parts of the world, food has never been so accessible in the history of mankind, which is good, but there are still unexpected outcomes of the food availability that we should be aware of and address. So does food affect our mental well-being? Let's see. Oh my God. Okay. Today we have a vast variety of food. Okay, but if you think about a couple of generations ago, we all would be eating the locally grown crops. Even in most part of the regions, we have a difference in diet throughout the season. And that would spend most of our time to grow food for the family and make future stocks for the family. Did Vikings ever taste avocado in salad? Or did Aztecs ever had a rye bran in their breakfast? Highly unlikely. It's very highly unlikely. So not only the amount of food has grown over time, but the wide variety of choice, our choice has expanded as well. So do I eat to live or I live to eat? Let's now talk about the rethinking of the food in the modern society. Traditionally, food gives us energy to eat, stay healthy, and live longer. But today we are no longer trying to survive. Okay, we want to be healthy, we want to stay longer, we want to be culturally vibrant, and we want to be socially engaged as well. Whom do you think of hearing pasta or 5 o'clock tea? According to me, food is our cultural identity. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you ever enjoy having a cup of coffee during the break with your colleagues? Yes and no. But it is very important for our social part of our life. Does a child need a cake on the birthday to survive? Hardly. But cake makes everyone happy. It's nothing because it has a social impact. However, the more choice comes with the more responsibility. Rather than worrying about where to find food and what to eat, we are now more concerned about amount of the diet, its proper balance, and so on. And some focus on it too much and or not care at all. So thus food is also the reason, subject of the disorders and the addiction as well. And when I say addiction, I have a very small personal story to tell you, but that I will share with you after next couple of slides. So, okay. Yeah, so I was saying that food is a subject of disorders and addictions. And one of the example of such conception is the perception of processed food. Processing of food is nothing but a technological advance. It helps to grow food safer, preventing from bacterial pollution in particular. It also helps to stay food longer for a longer period of time, ensuring that it can be transported to other parts of the region and consumed throughout the year. And that is very important for the availability of the nutrients globally as well. On the other end, highly processed food with high fats of sugar and high fats of sugar, it's very bad for your health. And I'm not going to explain because all everybody knows, you guys are the expert at how bad is the highly processed food is. The only thing I wanted to say is we have a corresponding studies, the medical studies, which proves that it can risk your cardiovascular diseases, obesity, diabetes, and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, so there is a very thin line, there is a very thin line between the food concerns and the eating disorders. One may be so afraid of the negative consequences of the fast food that he would start accusing other foods for the negative health outcomes. Because he is so addicted to that food and he can say some other food is for my bad health and everything. But and so-called experts develop their extreme diets without any scientific rationale or insufficient proof. They develop their own diets. Okay, but keep in mind, the strict diets limits a large amount of products which may be very essential for your body, very essential for your body. These diets supposed to keep you healthy, live longer, pure from cancer and other diseases. But these experts provides you superfood which solely cleans the organism and cure from chronic illnesses. And they also promise you single recipe for all of the people. When I say single recipe for all of the people, everybody has their own appetite. Everybody I can drink 2 beer, you can drink 6. And people spend 10 years of their life to become a doctor. But I know still people they can go for that single recipe and they think they will clean their system and they spend thousands of dollars on that. And there is no scientific reason behind that recipe. They are just wasting the money. And that being said, when I say the single recipe, that reminds me of my college days, when I was doing the graduation in India, and I was living in a hostel. So we used to have a doctor. I'm not sure whether he was a doctor or not, but let's assume he was a doctor. So no matter whatever the problem you have, whether you have a diarrhea or constipation, he has a container with the white tablets. No matter what you have, you go to him and he say, take that white tablet, that's it. So I went to him and I said, I have a stomach problem, sir. And he said, take this tablet. And this is how he was convincing me. Sandeep, everything will be all right. Take it and go. Take this tablet and go. So he was just providing a single recipe for all of your problem, which is not good. So what I'm trying to say here is extreme diets are not healthy and neither they support the long-term mental well-being of the people. Okay, these are some of the examples of recent diets, like, and their health outcomes. Like first is the intermittent fasting. We all know that, like it's a meal timing schedule that cycles between the volunteer fasting and non-fasting over a given period of time. And the other one is the juice involves only drinking juice instead of, or very limiting to no food, no solid food. And people just don't think. They keep on eating and drinking alcohol and everything. They mess up with their body and they start drinking juice. Somehow their body says to them, did you ask me when you were eating whatever was not needed? But they don't listen. Like, and suddenly the body says, now you are going on to the juice diet, like, and you think like, I don't need the essential vitamins, but they don't care. Like, I am very against with that kind of juice diets. And let's go to the very popular diet, the keto diet, which is nothing but a high fat and low carb eating pattern. Okay, the high fat consumption triggers ketosis, which is nothing but the state of the body when your body releases ketones. It is a type of juice that your liver produces from the fat instead of glucose or sugar from the carb. So being very popular keto diet can cause you like kidney stones, constipation, nutrient deficiencies, and other failure of organs as well. And strict diet like keto can also cause social isolation and the food disordering as well. So, you have to make up your mind what exactly, you guys are thinking to do. Okay, so the mental well-being is impossible without the long-term sustainable nutrients. Okay, so the extreme diet is a short-term measure. It may be helpful for you for the short measure, like if you want to like stay healthy or look better for some kind of party or something, it's okay. That's okay for the couple of weeks. But for the long terms, the outcomes are very negative. I should say the super negative, ranging from, sorry, I'm repeating again, ranging from lack of nutrients, failure of the organs, and even the body functions. On the other hand, like healthy eating habits and positive diet, balanced diet with enough of the physical activity remains the secret of your good health. Nobody can beat that. No diet can beat that. So, yeah, and as the mental and food and mental well-being are very closely connected. And I mentioned in my slide as well, like mental being is impossible without long-term sustainable nutrition, because the amount of food you eat that determines the insulin level, the blood pressure level, and other nutrients, what you are going and what you are not going to do. And even the food and the nutrition also determine the more complex processes like the e-hormonal or the neural pathways, which we can only try to understand from the medical point of view. And no matter what you do, whether you want to do a dieting or whether you don't want to do a dieting, make sure like your brain is not addicting to anything. Like, that's something, we all know that sometimes if you are, I'm not talking about the drug addiction, but like if you are addicted to anything like coffee or a beer, and sometimes you think like your brain knows that I should not do this, I can avoid it, but you still can't avoid that. You still go ahead and buy that stuff, which you should not. And that's what I said, like I'll take 1 minute, and that's my personal story I really would like to share. You feel funny, but at that time it was a very bad experience from me. So I came to US in end of 2012, and I did not have iPhone at that time. So I'm not sure if you guys been to Manhattan, New York or not, but like Manhattan, New York is divided into two parts: avenues, which is quite a long walk, and the streets. Okay? So I came back from my interview. That was 1.5 hour interview from the HR. So you guys can imagine. I did not eat anything since morning. And I came out, and my brain was saying, I have to drink the coffee. And I could have easily avoided it, but I said, no, I really want to have coffee no matter what. So I went to the cart guy. I'm not sure he was from Middle East or something. Usually these people don't say no. Like, the cart, the truck, he was selling egg rolls and something. I said, excuse me. He said, yes. I said, do you know if there is any Starbucks nearby? He said, yes, of course, I do. I said, could you please tell me where it is? He said, yes, sure. I said, then tell me where it is. And he said, okay, go straight, turn right onto the 5th Avenue, and when the avenue is finished, turn right onto the 23rd Street. At the end of the street, you will see the Starbucks on your right-hand side. There was no point of doubting him, but like it was around a mile walk. But like my brain was keep on saying that I needed a coffee. So okay, I went straight, turned right onto the 5th Avenue, quite a long walk, turned right into the 23rd Street. Towards the end, I'm standing in front of the wall. There was no Starbucks over there. So I got so mad. I meant, who lies for the Starbucks? So I went back. I especially went back and I said, again, another mile walk, and which I could have easily avoided, like, if I was not addicted. So I went back and I said to the guy, excuse me, dude, there is no Starbucks over there, man. And instead of saying sorry, or instead of saying, sorry, man, I apologize, he said, I don't know. It was there 2 weeks ago. I said, what do you mean? That's not a bike or a car stolen by someone. What do you mean it was there 2 weeks ago? So, and the next day, I learned my lesson, and I did my step. So do you guys any idea what I did next day? Any idea what I did next day? Because I learned my lesson of my addiction. What I did next day? Yeah, I bought an iPhone, so I don't have to ask anybody for the Starbucks. So, so that's what I'm saying. Try to train your brain from the meditation that, like you are in the situations where your body says, I need something, but you can easily avoid. Like, that's a period of time and nothing else. If that time passes, you're all good. Your body is all good. But sometimes, it's hard to avoid. I'm just saying, but because I experienced myself. And that's my last slide. Role of the food industry. Why do you think the food and the awareness industry should be aware of the link between the food, between the nutrition and the mental well-being? Do you have any idea like why the food industry should be aware of the link between the mental well-being and the nutrition? Okay, so the answer is very, very general, because we live in digital and informational era, and where people value the mental health not less than physical. And understanding of food is a great impact, very great impact, because if you know what you are eating, what you're supposed to eat, what you're not supposed to eat, that will change your life. That has the capability to change your life. And by considering the importance, the food industry should be aware to meet the demands and to address the challenges of demand that will be coming in the future. And the industry could also provide, could contribute with the leadership in the promotion of healthy and positive eating habits. That's what we are missing. Nobody promotes that. They promote the diet, but they don't promote the healthy and the positive eating habits. If you do that, you don't need any kind of diet at all. Not at all, as I said. And you don't have to spend any money on that, buying that super recipes. And they can also, the food industry can also contribute to make sure that we have the availability of the essential products throughout a year. Okay, and my last point is the investment and research and development is also very important by considering the growth of the population, and to need the ensure of the high yields, and to need the increasing the population, so that's something is very important. We should spend money in research and development to find it out how to make that promotion, how to get that people aware so they know what we should eat and what we should not eat. And rather than going on to the diet, we should stick with our the daily routine of the good eating habits, of course with enough of the physical exercises. And by saying that, I'll end I'll end my presentation by the Malcolm Forbes words that food may be essential as fuel for the body, but good fuel is fuel for the soul. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not sure if I say that, do you have any questions? Because as I said, like I work in IT and you are the food experts. But if you would like to add anything that you feel that it's valuable for all of them, then please feel free to go ahead and, add your valuable feedback. Nothing? Okay. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Moving on to our next segment that brings forth the topic, research findings on the role of nutritional supplements in the COVID-19 severity. As a few studies have shown that a strong immune system can help your body to respond effectively and fight back against the COVID-19 virus. The speaker here highlights the impact of nutritional supplements in lowering the severity of the infection and accelerating the recovery. Please put your hands together for Ryan Castle, who is the Executive Director at IBIS Optum. Welcome him.
It is good? Okay. All right, let's try that one more time. My name is Ryan Castle with IBIS Optum, and I'm here to talk about the efficacy of supplements for COVID-19. So to give a quick rundown of how we're going to go about this, I figure it makes sense to look into the people who are involved in the research that we're going to be discussing, the research itself, what we found with that research, and then last and most importantly, why should you care about that? In terms of the folks who were behind this research project, the main drivers were myself, my long-term research partner and brother in all but blood, Bill Bushell, and Deepak Chopra, who's been a long-time collaborator and a very good friend. What we worked on was part of an IBIS Optum project in collaboration with the Whole Health Institute. And IBIS Optum, for those of you who are wondering, and if you weren't, I'm going to tell you anyway, we worked to try to bring research into the hands of everybody who might benefit from that cross-pollination. So we try to put public health policy into the hands of researchers. We try to put research into the hands of businesses. And we try to take the implications of both of those into policymaker decisions. One of the other things that we do is we initiate original research projects. And that is what we're going to be talking about today. IBIS Optum initiated an original research project. It was a systematic review and a meta-analysis looking into the relationship between COVID-19 and various treatments of it. We were really lucky to be able to put together an amazing team working on that. I can't believe the minds that we were able to bring to that. We were able to bring together some of the greatest folks that I've known, including the Dean of Harvard Public Health and leaders from the Whole Health School of Medicine, leaders in family medicine, epidemiology, public health. And we all worked together to try to make a project that was going to be as rigorous as possible, but that also was going to be impactful. Because too often research focuses on making sure that we can report quantifiable numbers, but we don't make that leap of what do you do with it? So that's what we tried to do here. But we did start with the necessities. We started with a meta-analysis of 6,000 studies, winnowing those down into more and more condensed information that we'd be able to draw concrete information on regarding inflammatory markers and COVID-19. Now, I don't expect that to make sense to everybody, but COVID-19 is primarily an inflammatory disease, or at least the worst effects of it are. And without getting into too much detail, I'm just going to have to go on a little bit of a tangent so this makes sense. The thing that makes COVID-19 so dangerous is the fact that when the virus enters the body, it triggers an inflammatory reaction, which is normally part of your body's healthy way of reacting to an infection or an injury. And cytokines release signals in your bloodstream, and that sends lymphocytes and other things to the area to try to stop whatever the infection or the damage is and repair it. The problem is COVID-19 stops the cytokines from shutting it off. So the inflammatory cycle just keeps going and going and going, causing a systemic chronic inflammatory disorder, which can lead to damage to the lungs, as most people are familiar with, but also the heart, the vascular system, the brain. Neuroinflammation is one of the main things that we're seeing as a side effect of long COVID. And that is in large part due to the fact that this inflammatory system never gets shut off. If we're going to be trying to track the effects of inflammation on something as widespread as the human body and the human immune system, we need to be able to quantify that. What are we looking for? So we tried to isolate out as many biomarkers as possible that are each used to track levels of inflammation in the body. And then we reverse engineered that and cross-referenced it to see what exactly are the negative effects that COVID-19 has on those markers, and then just as importantly, what are the effects of the treatments on those same markers? So if COVID is damaging, A through D, what effects are pharmaceuticals, nutritional supplements, behavioral health, what are they going to be having on each of those markers? Are they going to impact all four? Are they going to impact 1, 3? This was information that at the time was not widely known and really needed to be codified. We needed to understand what we were dealing with so that we could understand what would be effective. And so we tried to put together a report that was going to be able to report on objective quantifiable numbers. So everything in our study is statistical and based on molecular counts, cytokine levels, and erythrocyte sedimentation rates, everything that we can do to try to erase as much subjective assessment as possible and keep this just straight numbers, because this is an area that there's oftentimes far too much guesswork involved. And that's the reason why we focused on the markers as opposed to mortality rates. Because when you look at a mortality rate and the only thing you know is the person was infected with COVID, you're trying to guess everything that came between A and Z. And there's an entire interconnected system, a complex organism in between where a million things could happen. So we tried to focus 1 degree of separation on each level so that we could take a look and see all of these markers that you see right here are what we tracked. And the map that we see connecting them is a representation of those effects and the effect sizes. To spend a little bit more time on one more tangent, an effect size is an important factor because most people are familiar with, in any research paper, you have to focus on significance, or P. The problem with P is that it is generally zero-sum. Something is significant or it isn't, and there isn't a scale to it. So to keep in with the theme of Food 2.0, let's say I'm starving to death and you sit me down in front of a steak dinner and 1 Tic Tac. If I have the Tic Tac, that is going to have a measurable effect on my hunger, as will the steak dinner. So according to, if we just looked at significance, those two things are both more or less interchangeable in terms of treatments for my starvation. Effect size would be looking at how much more the steak dinner is going to do for my hunger than the Tic Tac. And so that's what we focused on. So all of these lines that you'll see here connect different markers with different catalysts. And the catalyst can be whether it's COVID-19, the pharmaceutical interventions, which we focused on remdesivir, the standard of care, and tocilizumab, which at the time was part of the standard of care for COVID-19, as well as melatonin supplements, vitamin D3 supplements, and then also a behavioral health component of mindfulness meditation. Every line that you see going from one of those catalysts is a measured effect on one of the biomarkers surrounding. The biomarkers are all in blue. The size of the line connecting it is relative to the effect size. So a thin line means it had a very weak effect, a thicker line means it had a much stronger effect. I'm aware these maps are not the most intuitive, so I'm going to put it in a little bit of a different context. The size of the bubble is relative to the size of the impact on the markers, on these inflammatory markers that help tell us how much of a difference the treatment is making on the inflammatory system. So remdesivir, which is the leading drug used to treat acute infection for COVID-19, has a moderate effect on lymphocytes and a very large effect on C-reactive proteins. That's great. We would expect to see some kind of a large effect. It is one of the leading medications. When we take a look at tocilizumab, we see it only had a very small impact on C-reactive protein, and that again makes sense. Tocilizumab is no longer considered a viable treatment for COVID, doesn't have much of an effect. But now when we get into the supplements, we're going to see something very different. When we take a look at melatonin supplementation, the size of the impact on all three is as large as the largest effect from remdesivir. But as you can see, it obviously impacts more markers to a higher degree. When we combine that with vitamin D3 supplementation, we also see it is having very large effects, and again, more biomarkers impacted than with the standard of care. And then when we throw in a behavioral health component, such as mindfulness meditation, we start to see a systematic impact emerge. We start to see how a human organism can react as a whole when that system is affected, when the organism is experiencing a shift as opposed to an individual mechanism within that organism being targeted. So to put this in yet one other way of comparing it, the total biomarkers affected across the spectrum. When you look at the supplements in comparison to the pharmaceutical standard of care, the supplements affected 460% more markers than the standard of care. When you look at just the markers that are most dysregulated by COVID-19, meaning if we're just trying to focus on the markers that have been linked to COVID severity and see which interventions had the biggest impact on reducing those and reducing the markers that indicate COVID severity, the supplemental treatments were 260% more effective, or at least impacted 260% more markers. And then going back to the comparison between the steak dinner and the Tic Tac, if you're isolating out major impact, so leaving aside all of the small changes that, you know, they might be significant, but they aren't monumental. They aren't going to shift the balance in an infection or in a course of health. If you're just focusing on large or very large effect sizes, the supplemental treatments were 700% more effective than the standard of care pharmaceuticals. I want to be very clear about one thing. I am not disparaging pharmaceutical standard of care. I am not discouraging anybody from taking proper drugs for a disease. These are things that, as I mentioned before, they do have an impact and they do have an effect. They have a role. But what I'm here to say, and this leads directly into my implications section, is they're one part of what should be a broader toolbox. And that leads us to implications, or as I like to say, the so what of it all. Like, that's all very nice. We did this research. We put together a bunch of very confusing graphs. What does it mean? Well, one of the things that it does is it helps put down in very concrete, objective, quantifiable metrics what a lot of other studies have indicated and a lot of other nutritional research has supported, which is vitamin D3. It is a fantastic immune booster. It is able to curb some of the growth of inflammation and help reverse it in some instances. And that's one of the reasons why, partially as with the contribution of this research, COVID-19 is now currently being treated with vitamin D3. Another element is melatonin. Most people are familiar with melatonin as a way to treat sleep disorders or to help with the soundness of sleep. What a lot of people don't know, and we hope that this research will help to spread the word on, is melatonin is actually a potent antiviral booster. And even more importantly, and this is relatively rare for most compounds in the body, melatonin actually has a capability to shut down inflammation once a viral load has been cleared, which there are very few mechanisms that we can add to the body which will improve its capability to have that on-off switch for inflammation. And finally, most people here, I imagine, are familiar with many aspects of behavioral health, improving metabolic efficiency, improving homeostasis, and reducing inflammation. This is borne out in this study. When you incorporate that, you're going to see a much larger impact in the overall organism. Now, the real takeaway in almost any healthcare decision, at least in the United States, is unfortunately cost. Sure, you might be able to say supplements that can interrupt the dysregulation of COVID. They might be overwhelmingly more safe than most pharmaceuticals and are able to treat the effects of inflammation. But what about the price point? Well, the cost per dose of remdesivir is $390 per dose. Tocilizumab, which again is not currently in use, is far cheaper at $40 per dose. But vitamin D3 comes in at 10 cents per dose. And melatonin beats that by half, coming in at 5 cents per dose. So we're looking at an intervention which is safe, it is effective, it is able to impact the mechanisms that we know underlie the severity of COVID-19, and it comes at a fraction of the cost and is available to just about anybody who wants to take it up themselves. And I think that that is part of the reason why this research has garnered the attention that it has. Any research organization is dying for somebody to pay attention to what they're frantically screaming into the dark. Most of the time, nobody is. But we were able to, we touched a nerve with this one, and we got a lot of attention on it, and I cannot describe how grateful I am to that, because I feel like the findings that are in this paper help give people something actionable. They give people some agency in their own health. They tell them, here's something we found has some efficacy. But most importantly, you can do something about it. This isn't a highly dangerous, obviously talk to your doctor before changing any, regimen, but this is not a difficult to obtain treatment. It's not something that is pie in the sky. This is backed up by hard data. It's something that people can do to take charge of their lives, to be able to own a little bit more of their own health in a time when the world is full of insane, life-threatening diseases and world threats that oftentimes we have little to no control over. And that's really what I think all of this comes down to, is we need to try to find approaches that are affordable and practical. We need to understand that any approach to healthcare has to include nutrition and behavioral health. We need to embrace and promote the idea that healing and well-being is not about restoration to a status quo. If you catch COVID-19, the goal shouldn't be to return you to exactly where you were before you caught the disease. It should be to make you better than you were. Because if you caught the disease and had severe symptoms from it, you probably had a lot of comorbidities in the beginning. The overwhelming majority of this country has several comorbidities and chronic illnesses. We need to focus on making these things better than they were, not simply going back to it. And that, I feel, is at the crux of integrative medicine or whole health or whole person care or holistic medicine, wellness. All of these terms come with their own baggage. I'm not terribly comfortable with any of them, but I think they're all representative of the idea of a systems approach to health. And that's something that we really need to start looking at, to stop trying to find the perfect tool for a problem and understand we need to instead build a bigger toolbox so that we can find the right tool for the right issue. That's one of the things that we try to do at IBIS Optum. We try to live at the center of scientific research, business applications, policy decisions. We try to make sure that the findings of research are put into the hands of policymakers so that they can make responsible decisions and be able to put things like this into action to promote stuff like vitamin D3 subsidies or implementation into hospitals, which is now happening. We try to make policies and research discoveries that are going to be implemented through business by making it profitable for everybody to promote the health of every other partner in this triangle. And more than anything else, we try to make sure that no one of these sectors has to do it all alone. Scientists don't need to figure out all of the implementation and the policy decisions. Businesses don't need to recreate the wheel and discover all of the science. We try to help connect everybody who is a part of these programs so that they can all do something more efficiently and effectively. So I want to thank you all for bearing with me on this. Hopefully I did not bore you to too many tears. And I'll just wrap this up saying that I think we are all aware that there are a lot of storm clouds on the horizon, but I think that if we work together, and honestly I've been humbled by the amount of goodness of heart and hard work that I've seen at this conference, I think that, that we've got a good chance, and I wish all of you fair weather in a following sea. And I do notice that, yeah, we've got a few minutes, I think we have 5 minutes for a question, so yeah. I don't know, microphones.
Hi, I just want to say this was a very interesting conversation. Thank you so much for this. I was wondering, how did you decide for meditation being one of the focuses for your research?
That is a very good question that it touches on probably 20 or 30 hours of acrimonious debate. Meditation, we wanted to include a behavioral health component. But the problem is that with a lot of them, if you look at specific diets or if you look at specific regimens of exercise, then you have a lot of confounders. You don't know if it was necessarily the practice or maybe the context, or who likes doing yoga every morning at 5 a.m. or who tends to engage in extreme diets or what have you. Mindfulness meditation was a widely researched enough topic that we were able to bring in hundreds of different peer-reviewed studies that had looked at a wide range of demographics and implementation, so that we felt comfortable that the information that we were pulling from the meditation studies was not going to be skewed or isolated. It was a good, large enough sample size to answer your question. Thank you. That was a great question.
Thank you.
In speaking with the third point on your triangle, the policy angle, if people remember at the beginning of the pandemic, this being a novel virus, there was a gross lack of data, period, about the virus other than general principles on the treatment of coronavirus species. With that, there were certain specialists in the virology field that were suggesting components such as vitamin D and melatonin, and we saw a lot of effort to suppress those type of treatments, which ended up creating a lag time in using things like
Tocilizumab.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
can't tell you how long I had to practice saying
What are some policy proposals that might be pushed in both the supplement space, but also potentially the healthcare space, in possibly combating those sort of, frankly, as your study shows, non-scientific policies that were enforced at the very beginning of this endeavor, and maybe prevent future cases like that in the future?
That's another fantastic question. And yeah, it was very frustrating to see the almost instinctive pushback against any sort of a recommendation of, oh, hey, these nutritional supplements might have an effect. We've seen them have an effect in these previous studies, and the immediate pushback because of an entrenched idea of, oh, well, that's has to do with food and nutrition. That's not medicine. It's got nothing to do with it. In the same way that you get a lot of arguments about meditation, for instance. Well, that can't work. That only has to do with the mind. The mind's got nothing to do with the body. And obviously, these things aren't true on a quantifiable scientific basis. So in terms of what do we do going forward, that's a much bigger question than I have time to discuss here up here on stage, but I would say the thing that I was clamoring for the entire early part of the pandemic was some sort of a body that was able to look at experimental research in a regulated, quantifiable, highly objective, rigorous manner. Whereas right now, we have either the wilds of peer-reviewed research, which is a fantastic system, but it is a wilderness and it's a chance whether something's going to be picked up and noticed, or you have government regulatory bodies who are extremely cautious and reluctant to do anything innovative. So I would say something in between there, some sort of a subsidized body to look into approaches that are able to present bodies of evidence and say this is outside the wheelhouse of the standard of care, but we think it should be considered under these circumstances. That would be my preference. Yes, please.
So that was actually going to be related to my question as well. So, first of all, thank you very much. The data are very compelling, excellent presentation. I think that the challenge we face, and me being in the pharmaceutical industry for about 25 years and running controlled studies, the Food and Drug Administration has very defined parameters for the development of drugs. The unfortunate thing is that the nutrition supplement food community has struggled because there have not been objective measures in some ways. When there have been objective measures, they haven't been able to be implemented because there's not funding to support the controlled trials. So the question was asked, why wasn't this implemented? The bottom line is because the controlled trials weren't done. And there needs to be some driving force. The pharmaceutical industry has a financial driving force. Right or wrong, there's a lot of people, and I hope I consider myself one of them in that field that was trying to push it for the right reasons, but it did have financial backing. And so I think there's really, two parts to that, and that was going to be my question for you. You mentioned about some agency. Do you have ideas on that? Would it be the CDC? Would it be private foundations?
That is a much longer question that I would very much like to take up with you offline, but short answer, yes, I think that is something that needs to be a blend of private industry and government regulation and oversight, because I think that's the only way. I agree, but you can't expect scientists all over the world to be able to put together large-scale clinical studies without any sort of financial backing that are able to meet extremely high standards to be able to reach approval. But in this pandemic, I feel really illustrated the fact that we need to be able to have a more flexible and adaptable framework to be able to approach these things, to be able to test these ideas, to be able to have, hopefully, a standardized set of metrics. If you can meet these metrics, if you can, track these effect sizes with this level of significance and be able to have this all be open access so everybody can review the information and ensure, like I said, it's a much longer conversation, but I think it is possible. I think it's something that would have to evolve as a joint project with a number of different entities, but I think it not only can be done, I think it has to be done. Is there anybody else? We're actually 2 minutes over, so thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan, for that session. After receiving a round of riveting sessions, let's refresh ourselves. Let's go to tea and refreshments just around the corner. I'll see you all back in 30 minutes. welcome back. I hope you guys had a good time at your tea break. Moving on to our next speaker session of the day, which is to the topic healthcare data, enabling more personalized care. Big data tools and technologies equip healthcare facilities to better serve their patients by interpreting already available data at super fast speeds. Please give a warm welcome to the speaker who will unravel the ways and means through which healthcare data can be harnessed to ensure better care delivery. I welcome to the stage Brandon Croucher, the CEO of Delight Cafe. Come on up, Brandon.
Thank you. Hello. Oh, that was fun. So, how's everybody doing today? Everybody enjoy lunch? Had a good seminar so far? So, I'm a totally different personality than you've seen on any other stage yet. I'm going to try to make you laugh. I failed in here yesterday making everybody laugh. They just smiled the whole time. But we're going to talk about enabling more personalized care. So, we all want to give the best personalized care. I'm in the CBD industry. Do you know how many people walk up to me and say they have the best hemp and best CBD in the world? Yet, it sounds like a drug deal when they start talking to you, and it's not healthy and it's not comfortable. Same thing with personalized care. We have the best personalized care. We're going to make you feel like your parents are in heaven. Ooh, that sounded bad. We're going to make your parents feel really good. We're going to make your family feel good. Everybody gets personalized care. Feels the same way, like you're dealing with somebody who's trying to push a sale. So for me, I wanted to be able to enable a better way of connecting through personalization with all 11 of you in this room at once. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you. You're right. So what is personalized healthcare? Questions I'm going to be asking through here is, what is personalized healthcare? How does personalized healthcare increase quality of life? Telehealth versus virtual visits, benefits of the future with personalized healthcare, and AI personalized healthcare. So I got to do one thing really quick, and it's just who I am, and it's my ADHD, that's my brain. I love your shoes, and I feel like I need to become a baker because you and the other lady have baking, and you both had fashion like to a T. So I was like checking out your shoes, going, damn, she has good shoes, and then she has a great hat on. Totally loved how you guys presented everything, and you had fashion to a T. Sorry, ADD brain. Like I said, I'm different. So this slide had a whole bunch of good things on here showing what we were doing with personalized care back in 2012 to 2022, but guess what? It disappeared on me, and I don't know why. So we'll go back to it, and I'll just tell you what I had here. So in 2012, personalized care was honestly almost what we have today, just we have better technology. You can FaceTime with a doctor, you could text them and stuff like that, but it wasn't to the equivalent of what we have today. Today, you all of a sudden go and you're like, I got the sniffles. You can turn around and go and call your doctor and get on a call right away. I have 2 kittens, and the other day, one of them got into something they weren't supposed to. The vet was closed. I literally went on and paid $30 to have a vet jump on a call with me and do a video chat with my kitten just so I could make sure she was safe. I see you laughing over there. Don't even laugh like that. You know you do the same for your kittens. You haven't even seen how adorable mine are yet. So take that and think about when you've needed something. How did you want to find that answer? Did you dive into going right into, hey, I want to find this answer and I'm going to contact the doctor. I'm going to FaceTime with the doctor. But do you feel that personal connection? Do you feel like, I love you shaking your head? Thank you for participating. My ADD loves that. So when you do want personalized health care, what are some of the things you look for? What are some of the things you think of? I see you over here. I'm going to get to you. Don't you worry. So first thing with personalized healthcare, how many of you have gone to the doctor and felt 100% rushed out the door? Like you're sitting there 45 minutes, you got the robe on, you're in your underwear, they come in, they check you really quick, and then they're gone. And you're like, okay. And they're like, so we need to put you on some new meds. And you're like, wait, what? It's not the doctor's fault. The doctors have to see a certain number of patients. The doctors have to hit a certain number of people in a day. Not hit them like physically, get what I mean, hit them by going in the room. That's a hit. So, as you go around, how do you connect with patients if you have to be quick? If you can't actually get to know them? And then how is that personalization actually going to be able to relate if the doctor really has no idea who you are because they have to hit a certain quota. So, the other thing, we all understand, we want them to understand the disease, but we're looking at the personalization. We trust that the doctors know the disease. We trust that the doctors are going to give us the best advice they can. We do. Next, what personalized healthcare does is when you're able to have a doctor that you're able to have more of an interaction with, communication with, someone that's able to, maybe you don't need just the doctor, but you can talk to their nurses. You can talk to their representatives. What happens? You're able to get better quality of life, faster diagnoses, and it changes how fast you feel about yourself to what you can do. But what we've had seen developed is how many of us have a fitness app? We have a walk tracker on our phone. You try to get your 10,000 steps in. That's why I walk around up here, guys. I try to hit 20,000 steps just on this stage. We have fitness apps. You have dietitian apps. But as we saw on the stage earlier, how many times have we had all these different diets? And how many of these apps are focused on certain statistics of these diets, from keto to, I don't even want to go down all those. And then you got sleep tracking apps. So basically, as we keep going through these things, you have more and more things that are connecting you to tech that are supposed to make it easier for personalized care for your doctors. Don't worry, I have some fun statistics going on that, such as this. Apple. Apple has 700 million iPhones being used all over the world. Every single one of those iPhones has a step tracker. They have a sleep counter. Do you know what that sleep counter does? The minute you set your phone down and it's been down for a certain period of time, later in the day, around when you normally go to bed, it actually tracks your sleep. They have all of this saved and can be sent to your doctor now for them to know how you're doing, to see what you're doing, a lot more. Why did Apple do this? They say it's for us. But I love you! But the truth is, it's not for just us. It's data tracking to see who we are and what we're doing. We have to use this to be more personal for ourselves more than anything else. Know that that sleep app, know that that diet app, know that those apps that you download for yourself or are there are dedicated to being able to help you see you. Use them to know what you're going to do to give back to the doctors. Excuse me. Another example is how Amazon approaches healthcare in its own way. So supply chain, more efficient. We all know Amazon. If we ordered a package right now, it'd be at our houses before you guys get back on the plane. We know this. Jeff Bezos is listening at all times. Don't ask me why I know this. It's just who he is. He's a creep like that. But Amazon has a way of focusing on what you're looking at and approaching it by showing you, hey, this is what you just looked up. You want to know more about why drinking water is essential. You just looked up why eating fruits and veggies is essential. When you look that up, Amazon's one of the first ones to make sure your chain of efficiency pops up with what you're looking for. Why did they do that? It's to be easier for us or to have more access to knowing what we want to get. Virtual care. Let's have some fun with this. So virtual care. So, I like the definition I found, but it's way too long to read to you guys. But it encompasses the way that we all are able to interact with one another. So, I use my grandma as my example here. I'm going to be very raw. My grandma is one of the coolest people in the world. She is the epitome of what mental health is in my eyes. She never watches TV. She doesn't have anything to do with a cell phone or a smartphone or anything like that, and she loves to read. My grandma went into hospice about 5 years ago. She's lived all of COVID in hospice by herself. And she still looks better than my mother, who is her daughter, who has just turned 70. Don't tell my mom I told you guys that. But she just turned 70, and my mom is on so many pills. My mom is dealing with so many health things, and she has no personalized care because she has 7 different doctors for 7 different things. One of them's a bloody nose. Just so you know, that's ridiculous in my eyes that she needs a doctor for things like this. But my grandma reads. My grandma takes time to really she can't walk anywhere. And I love my grandma, I'm gonna pick on her. Her hands have even shrunk down so much, she can't even turn pages. But she still reads about a book a week. And I'm not talking your normal book, big books. Getting to connect with people through telecommunications, whether it's a virtual visit or them having all your data because you gave them your iPhone information. Either way, it's a way to connect with your doctor. But at the end of the day, if you don't take time to step away, take care of you by, like my grandma does, reading, setting your mind away, because All of us have this tech. You ever get irritated with your tech? You ever all of a sudden not be able to send a text message? You have to reset the phone? That's your brain. Same thing as your brain. Sometimes your brain needs that reset. That's what reading does. That's what meditation does. So being able to personalize care is not just for your doctor. It's for you. It's for you to know how you can personally look inside, take care of you, and get the best of your own health. Telemedicine refers to long-distance patient care. I kind of like it, in all honesty. I like that I can actually look at what's going on with my stuff and speak to the doctor. I like that I could be here in Vegas and still speak to my doctor in Cleveland, Ohio. I just want to be able to have more time with my doctor, because there's a lot of things that go on, from mental illness medications that I take to just regular everyday meds. Being able to speak to my doctor and understand these things is not needing to be an everyday thing, but it does need to be something where when you go in, you have that time, you feel comfortable. You're able to personally connect with your doctor and know, thank you for the Zoloft. I actually understand how it's going to affect my body now. I saw that smile. From here, I want to talk about medical centers, okay? Like I told you, I'm a lot of energy. I'm a lot of fun at times. I usually have a game I play with everybody. Today, I just wanted to have fun with you guys and talk. So, medical centers, reduce costs. It predicts the length of hospitalizations better. It reduces the research cost. It is assisted or automated diagnosis and prescription reduces, da-da-da-da-da. What medical centers do is they open up the chance to have many people come in at once. You ever go to one of these? You ever go in, you have a sore toe, and you go in to talk to the doctor, and you're at a medical center and they're getting you in and out quickly just like the other doctors. Not a minute clinic like they have at CVS and all that. I'm talking actual medical centers. You go in to go get help. The difference between them and your regular doctor is that these healthcare centers, these medical centers, their focus is you. Their focus is actually looking at what you're going through, talk about what you're on, and you're not just supposed to get in and out. It's supposed to be a way of helping you be able to know more about what's going on, what your diagnosis is, and how they can help with it. Patience. Patience. I don't have that. But having patience as doctors is different. Increase your patient engagement and satisfaction. With personalized care, you make patients more satisfied. You ever buy something because you really connected with the person that was actually there? All of you will be able to buy Delight CBD after the show. Thank you very much. So have you ever bought, that was just a selfish plug. I hope you all liked it because it was really well done. Have you ever bought something because you like somebody? I use my mom as the example again. My mom the other day calls me and she's like, hey, I got a free thing of CBD online. They let me sign up. Oprah was talking about it. That was her only reason. She uses my CBD, but Oprah said something about it being better for everybody, and it's the best CBD in the world. She bought it because of the name. She bought it because of the people that were saying it. So, Oprah. With personalized care with patients, your doctor being able to sit down with you and have that personal one-on-one attention where you're not feeling like you're just another number running out the door is something that many people are looking for. A lot of us are scared. I loved the panel discussion earlier. My cake girls over here, love you both, fashionistas. But my thing is, when we're doing these things and we're on these stages, we're talking about it, the personal care that we're looking for is like what we're doing right now. We talk to one another. We walk out of here, go get drinks, and we find ways that our companies can connect with one another to how our restaurants and our bakeries build up the better future. The same needs to be done for our healthcare. Our healthcare industry is meant to be a business, like we all know. That's why we're all here and have businesses that want to make a difference in this world. So, personalized healthcare is something that we all understand, we all look for in ourselves, but it starts with doctors. It starts with hospitals. They need to be able to give us that time and not make us all just another number, like Amazon. How many times do you order something on Amazon? If it doesn't show up, you can file a complaint. You can't do the same with a doctor if they don't show up. Well, no. So, AI and personalized healthcare. Unprecedented opportunities. So like I said, you saw that one slide that lost everything, that I forgot, I don't know where it went? There's a link here for a video. And I wanted to show you guys it, and I don't have a feeling it's going to work, which is fine, because I can explain it really quickly. Unprecedented opportunities, AI. We've heard about being able to make your food, have your stuff, your farms get cut, all of it done through AI. Steve is a guy that works for me. He's in the back. Steve will attest, I love AI. My entire house is Googleified. What I mean by that is I can tell the lights go blue and all the lights turn blue. I can tell the lights strobe, they strobe. I have a phone app that literally I walk in my house, lights turn on and the doors lock behind me. Why do I want that? I don't know. It's just fun. How do we take that and be able to advance that into our healthcare system? Not just talking to it like an AI thing and saying, hey, what's my blood pressure? And it can do it through your phone, which they can do. But it's actually being able to say, hey, call the doctor. Imagine if you can be at home and mom falls. I've fallen and I can't get up. It's horrible. But imagine if mom can actually yell to the speaker. And all of a sudden that speaker is able to call the doctor. And the doctor is able to look at all of her stuff through her phone easily. That opens up opportunities for a lot more healthcare, a lot more safety, a lot more comfort, which a lot of us are looking for because our generations we're all getting older every day. The longer I'm up here, the longer we all get older together. But the thing is, it's being able to know our future has other ways of connecting through healthcare. Making sure you know your privacies, you know you, and then you turn around and you're able to match what you can do with what we have to your doctors. Yes, I got through it. And I have 9 minutes left. So I would like to I would like you guys to ask me any questions you want. I'll answer them, but I'd like you guys to think about for a second. We've seen a lot of speeches up here. We've had a lot of people that have talked about from food to meditation to diet to exercise to how our employees can be. When you go home, the personalized care you need to think of for your staff, for your customers, for your patients, is what are you doing in your life that you would like to see led in everyone around you? That's the personal care that starts at the beginning, is you. Doctors have rules. You have your own set of regulations you can make. Find what your boundaries are, your regulations are for your personal health, and never let them go. Believe in you. All right, questions? Thank you. Anyone?
I have a question. Oh, I'm back here. Hi, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm good. I really enjoyed your discussion. I agree with quite a bit of it. I am a physician, so I can attest to the fact that we have very, very little time with patients, which is upsetting. However, I would love to kind of hear your perspective in terms of taking that data that we all have access to then more personalize your care with your physician. Just because, hear me out, as a physician, really what I'm doing before I go see a patient is I'm reading up on their chart if I don't know them. I go in the room, speak with the patient, make my recommendations, hopefully have longer amount of time than usually what's allocated, but that goes on. And if I were to then add in another layer of multiple electronic type of readings, doesn't that set me back in terms of the amount of time then that I have to spend with the patient as opposed to getting that information from speaking with them?
I think that's a great question. So can I rebuttal with a question?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, cool. I get to switch the stage on you now. So when you're using the digital, you're able to see firsthand. Looking, okay, you only got an hour of sleep last night. I see you haven't been exercising. You've only got 1,000 steps in. Your goal was 8,000. I'm using fake numbers. Please, nobody hold them against me if I mess up my math. But you're able to see that right away, the digital part of it. I think that what's missing is while Apple has 700 million phones, and there's another gajillion Android phones out there, it's not able to connect directly with doctors as quick as we'd like.
Correct.
And I think that's the biggest thing that needs to change with personalized healthcare. Because imagine if I was able to give you access to what that's showing in my phone, it would update with your programs and your systems a lot faster than what's already in there that was typed out that said, Brandon came in, I'm using me because I don't know your name. Brandon came in today, he had a stomach ache, his head hurt and stuff. We put him on this. What happens if you could see all what I was doing and you could be like, Brandon, you haven't slept in 3 days, you haven't been eating right, you didn't exercise at all. Why don't we take a moment to just let you go to sleep? Why don't we take a moment to let you go take care of you? That's a different healthcare than just sitting there and talking with one another. So for me, trust me, I like the personal healthcare way much more of like the communication, but being able to walk in and have your doctor see that, I would like you to be able as my physician to hand you something. Maybe it's emailed through. I don't know that yet. It's all readily available for us to send. Imagine if you could look at that ahead of time. That personal care then changes how you actually look at your client or your patient compared to how it was looking at the notes that may be 6 months old. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I see the digital being something that they have to be able to get into the hospital system. So when a person shows up, it's a quick, easy boop, and you can look at it and be like, wow, you really are not taking care of yourself. Let's really, really look at this. And it's that 5 minutes then, if they want to keep you in as a physician in that time frame, that makes you have to get in and out quick because you have quotas. My thing would be having that digital there helps you see it in a quick way to help you be able to better maximize what you're going to tell your patients. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Anyone else? I'm glad you didn't raise your hand, Steve. Perfect. Oh!
Sorry. Hello. Do you think there's a future in like AI healthcare when it comes to seniors? Maybe like more of a mobile thing. I don't know.
I
somehow
personally
like
do.
Yeah.
My personal opinion is we're going to get to a point where, with everything going on, we've seen the last few years that we went from a lockdown to people being scared to come out to all these different things. People are adapting in different ways. Older generations, no offense to them, there's people that love it and people that hate technology. I think personally, millennials, Gen Xers are going to be the ones that are going to be more adapt to accepting that digital transition. You're going to see them be able to be like, oh, well, I have a broken leg, I want to get somewhere. They're going to have that easier transportation that we're senior citizens. I personally think we're going to be in communities where if we're going to be using digital, doctors will just kind of come to the house. Safety, precautions with COVID and all that stuff. They'll do it all through video and only come over when they have to. But that's years away in my opinion. Like right now we're seeing I don't want to go political, nobody walk up and talk politics, but we're seeing what's going on. We have inflation happening, and we have these grocery stores that are raising prices and all that. People stopped buying groceries online from Amazon, and in the last month, they've seen a 300% increase in people going back to the grocery stores. So that means people were doing it to make it easy for themselves, but they still went back because it costs a lot more. As our future grows and we become more digital, it's just like anything. You have that supply of people coming in, the demand of it coming in, they're going to supply it to make us all be able to stay home, to be able to make it easier for us to connect, and not have to actually go out and do those things. Thank you. Anyone else? You guys were incredible. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
on the different ways through which these measures can raise our overall quality of life. Welcome him to the stage.
All right, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Okay. And this is the clicker. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's building upon the last speaker with respect to collecting data and everything. It's really interesting because I work with chronic pain physicians, and this was founded by chronic pain physicians in the Bay Area. And sometimes a patient will come in and the physician say, did you move? Did you do your exercise? And the patient will say, no. And then the physician will say, let me take a look at your phone. And then voila, there's this record of them walking, and the physician is happy, then the patient is happy because the patient doesn't think they moved. But anyways, getting to what I'm about to speak about is, my name is Samit Manyar. I'm the CEO of WellBrain, and I'll explain exactly what we do, but we are a digital healthcare chronic pain management platform. And let's see here. Okay, before I get into this, let me ask a show of hands in the audience. How many of you know what chronic pain is? I know I'm confusing you with this slide, but I'll explain everything in a second. Do you have a show? Except for the physician, of course, and some people. But chronic pain, for those of you who don't know, is defined as any pain that lasts 3 months or longer. And in some instances, severe chronic pain is defined as 6 months or longer. And then many of these pain patients, largely due to musculoskeletal reasons, have pain that lasts them multiple years, and they have a longitudinal relationship with their patients. Now, a little bit about this slide is, I initially come from a corporate background, and then I did a lot of startups, and I'm from the video gaming industry. And what brought me into the healthcare space is an interesting story, because if you think about it, we design adherence very well. Adherence is a code word for driving addiction, right? You get these game loops and dopamine highs and what have you now. Similarly, we applied it to the context of digital health to drive adherence of the patients. Real quick, many of you know the opiate epidemic is still large. It's been suppressed by the COVID news, but actually is exacerbated by the mental health aspects of it. Prescribed opiates have actually gone down, but it's been replaced by the black market synthetic fentanyl, which is creating a big problem. So the story begins with 3 docs and a monk. WellBrain is nationwide, but we're based in the Bay Area. And how it began was, I didn't even know pain physicians exist as a specialty. It's a subset of anesthesiology. And anesthesiologists generally work with short-term pain, but these are the long-term pain. And these 3 founding physicians realized through their 30,000 patients weren't getting better through conventional medicine. And they started out with a point solution through doing a clinical research study of Buddhist monks in India, and identified those with chronic pain conditions and those without, and then the evidence was off the charts. And so our solution is, based on that point solution, what we did was we optimized it for the clinical flow of the physician setting and figured out physician, patient, provider economics such that these physicians can track their patients longitudinally according to various scales. These scales are reimbursable, and then we offered customized guided meditations that were developed in-house by a set of 15 physicians based on neck pain, back pain, and all of that aspects. From that solution, we actually expanded into a comprehensive set of services like a platform, where if you look at a patient more holistically, it engenders many of these things, such as faster access to neuromodulation or electrical stimulation and food aspects, and that's where its relationship with what you guys are looking into. So effectively what WellBrain is, it's a digital health chronic pain management platform that enables physicians, hospital systems to better use from an array of evidence-based non-opioid modalities to treat chronic pain and fight the opiate epidemic. So that's a mouthful, but that's effectively what we do. We're live across the country with 200 physicians using our system, with also food being a component of it. Real quick, we're an iPad app in the clinical setting, and then a smartphone app at home. And what we do is we strengthen the physician-patient relationship. We proactively ping the patient, even through simple mechanisms like text and how they feel and everything. And then physicians can track all these activities in better care management in the patient journey. Another thing with respect to the industry, and I'll get into the food and nutrition aspects as well, in the sense from the landscape perspective, with chronic pain lasting 3 months or more, and then severe chronic pain, most people will develop behavioral health issues. So that compounds the effects. And so that's a huge problem. And then you take the large numbers of Americans who have these set of conditions. There's also all types of comorbidities, right? You could be diabetic and have diabetic neuropathy, or there's hundreds of different types of comorbidities. And then inflammation. And inflammation is largely due to poor diet. I mean, I'm not talking about inflammation due to, over-exercising and what have you not. And so therein lies a lot of problems and opportunities. And I'll get into this in the sense that some of the things we do is outputs, and I'll showcase some slides here. This is just real interesting in a single lead EEG, which is a sensor you can get from Amazon. Patients are driving themselves to better adherence by just looking at a gamified score of their alpha and theta waves. But that's just one example. But more importantly, what we do is well-being has become a very good barometer for physicians to measure the quality of different types of interventions, if you will. And interventions are defined, especially in the chronic pain space, as the type of treatment they're doing. So, for example, we have a set of physicians seeing what type of neuromodulation device is working better. Is it the Boston Scientific versus the, Nevro or something like that. And what we do is we longitudinally track patients, and patients provide this feedback on their mood, sleep, pain, and then these clinically validated scores on depression, anxiety, and what have you not. And so this helps with a snapshot of the physician looking at the patient. And when I say measure intervention, eventually we're going to be offering all these type of solutions, and we don't have to build it ourselves because there's so many best of breed solutions. But food is a big component of that. And unfortunately, let me step back here. So while food is a big component of that, here I just wanted to show, here's an actual output of a clinic it's a physician in San Antonio, and he's tracking his patients to keep them in the guardrails with respect to behavioral health integration, and then also a certain type of diet that he's prescribing with them. I don't know the details, but the main thing, the importance here is it's like a steady state across. So if there's a spike, that he knows how to intervene. And because of that, it's a proactive way of managing the patient. So that's the whole centric of pain care with respect to pain patients. And this works with pain no matter where it manifests itself. It could be rheumatological pain, cancer pain, what have you not. But the second bullet there is, diet plays a huge role as well, because as identified earlier, and many of the speakers here that have spoken either in the sister conference and or here, inflammation is a big issue, and if you can reduce the inflammation, it also will have a better impact of improving your outcomes. So, like I mentioned before, the reducing the inflammation, and that's some of the things you can think about. Food is medicine. It's kind of cliche, but I don't think the action is cliche, meaning how many of us really try to eat as healthy as much as possible. We could probably do a better job. Maybe some of you are. But there have been 73 studies that show that food does have a positive impact. And awareness is low. I would say even in the pain world with these pain physicians, their brethren 4 years ago would tell them, you guys are a bunch of quacks. And patients only want surgeries and they want the pills to cure themselves. Who cares about diet or anything like that? 2 years ago, the mindset changed and they said, hey, you guys are onto something. And now it's driven into a pull-based mechanism, at least with the 4,000 to 5,000 pain physicians across the country. It's a small subset, but they're actively looking for other ways to help better manage their patients because they know that surgery isn't the right solution or the pills aren't the right solution. And so therein lies the opportunity to maybe educate providers more and or the patients more about other types of food that can have, which if you saw in the other Dr. Otani, I can't remember his name, but he did a fantastic job on reversing many metabolic functions within 10 days. I bring this book up because I just recently read it. It came out about 7 or 8 years ago. I encourage you to read it. It's very fascinating evidence on how we evolved and how we became the dominant form of the Homo or Homo sapiens. And there's an anecdotal story about addiction in the sense that sugar was scarce, and our ancestral humans, if they saw a fig tree, they would binge eat it. And the reason why they binge eat it, because they knew sugar was scarce, because they knew it would be 6 to 8 months before they could find another sugar source. And that's why sometimes they keep it for themselves. And he went on to explain how in modern days, sometimes we may overeat or something, eat a tub of ice cream and everything. And so all this plays into the fact of the mindset of not only all of us, but it's exacerbated more with those in chronic pain conditions and all these other things going on. With respect to results of WellBrain in itself, these aren't published studies, like not a double-blind study, but we did 2 sets of 3,000 patients, the same sets of 3,000 patients, roughly over 6 months apart, and we found this to be somewhat replicable, but in the sense that in 5 weeks of following this comprehensive aspect, patients have been able to reduce their opiate prescriptions. We've shown 18% reduction in emergency room visits. And then the subjective aspects of, a combination of exercise, diet, sleep, what have you not, 33% had a 1/3 reduction in their pain score. Usually if the doctor asks you on a score of 1 to 10, the visual analog score that has gone down. So there's some impact. So this is our highlight of Mark Goldberg, and we have many, many patients like this. He's a prototypical patient in the sense that he's gone through multiple surgeries, multiple prescriptions, 6 to 7 years. And at least on the WellBrain mindfulness component, he said, I'm addicted to it. He actually calls me up sometimes when the server goes down, but we have many, many patients like this. But what he has explained is it's the first time in his life he's able to better manage his pain and has been able to go back to work on a consistent basis. So what we're helping to do is we're helping the physician help their patients get better by training the brain to unlearn pain. So that's WellBrain in a nutshell. There's some additional studies. I don't know if these slides are being shared, but happy to share. And food is science, again, while cliche, it is true. And I'll just leave it up for questions or any points of discussion. All right. It's the end of the day, so. Oh, yeah.
Hello. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, perfect. I really liked how you said food is medicine. Actually, with the nonprofit that I'm working at, we're working with Sansom Clinic Diabetes Research, and we're starting to work with them when it comes to our microgreens, figuring out, how prescription. They're starting to write script for vegetables.
Okay.
So I would actually just like to talk to you after this about it. So is your company also kind of looking into that too? Like about how we can start maybe writing produce as script?
Yes, and so what we're doing now is we're not going to be the specialists in building best-of-breed solutions of each thing, and anything that can make it easier to incorporate it. So I'll give you an example. There's Phantom Limb and what have you not, and there's like 14 AR, VR companies. We don't know which one's going to work out best, but we're going to start evaluating them with our physicians to say, hey, is this something that can be offered through our platform? So to answer your question, yeah, it could be microgreens. I will tell you, sound therapy. Some patients respond to different things, and that's the thing. We're trying to make it easy to administer many different types of solutions. One of the things, the side benefit physicians have thanked us is, and we didn't realize this, we've actually improved the efficiency flow of physicians so they can actually spend a little more time. The soap notes and everything, it's been reduced by almost 7-8 minutes per patient per day. So that's given more time to interact so they can start discussing all of these aspects. And our clinical app actually helps. Literally the use case is the patient comes in, the physician or the staff selects whatever they want to administer, And the patient actually sees some educational videos and answers some assessments. And then literally the conversation is like, hey, what do you think about this? Whereas before, the physician would say, well, I want you to try this spinal cord stimulator, or I want you to try mindfulness. So yes, a long way of answering the question. Yeah, I'd love to speak to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? All right. Well, thank you for your time, and hopefully you learned something new.
Thank you so much for that presentation. The Food 2.0 conference takes this opportunity to honor iconic individuals and organizations that have made incredible contributions to the healthcare, pharma, nutrition, and food and beverage sectors. To present the awards, we have with us today Jason Morosaris, the VP of Digital Product Management at Credit One Bank. Welcome, Jason, to the stage. First up, we have Anup Singh, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Anup? Karina Aiden, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award.
It just takes a second to register. 2 seconds. Hello. It's so nice to be recognized among so many wonderful and really resilient entrepreneurs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congrats again.
Emilia Spadafora. This was for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award.
Just want to say thank you. It's really been an honor to be among such wonderful people and to learn so much from so many. So thank you. And this is really for the entire team and the family because things are only possible when you work together. Thank you so much.
Congrats again.
Fatima Hassan Callahan for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi, everybody. It's an honor to be here today, to be recognized among so many wonderful, beautiful people here. We're the future for food and for health, so just so many lessons learned. And my parents started American Kitchen in 1986, and it's because of them that I'm here today. So thank you.
Congrats again.
Lisa Sohanpal for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. She's not with us here in the room, but she is watching via online, so congratulations to Lisa. Next is Linda Alvarez for Food 2.0 Best Companies Award. Congratulations, Linda.
Hi, I'm Dr. Linda Alvarez, co-founder and CEO of Level. Thank you so much for having Level be a part of this. We are truly humbled and honored to be part of such an amazing group of leaders and new companies. We are a sports food company that's empowering female athletes with fuel formulated for their physiology. And so if you're interested in learning more, visit us at level.com, Levelle, and we hope you join us in leveling the sports nutrition field. Thanks, guys.
Stacy Dudley for Food 2.0 Best Companies Award, and accepting the award on her behalf will be Neil Dudley.
Go Bacon. There we go.
Congratulations to all of our award winners. We hope to continue to bring more accolades in the years to come. As we wrap up, please use this opportunity to network with the fellow peers and exhibitors over your favorite cocktails in our networking session that's going to be hosted in Ballroom A. And I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.